Day 2 of the Showdown in St. Louis saw the players play Fisher Random, and it was Caruana who drew first blood, winning the first game of the match. But the last laugh went to Hikaru Nakamura after he won the next 2 games and now takes a 1-point lead in the match coming into today. But the next matchup was even more fiery. GM Hou Yifan, after losing 2 games yesterday against Negi, stormed back, winning 3 in a row, dominating the match, and now she has the lead going into day 3. Coming up next, here, the Showdown in St. Louis.
Hello, and we are back at the Showdown in St. Louis here at the capital of chess in America at the St. Louis Chess Club. We've got rapid chess for you guys today. Nakamura and Caruana, Negi versus Hou Yifan. I expect another very exciting day of chess.
Yeah, we saw so many decisive games yesterday in the Fisher Random. I wonder if the players are recovered from that day of yesterday. But good to see you, Jen. It's lovely to be here as always.
Yeah, I'm Jennifer Shahade. I'm here with Yasser Seirawan, and we are very excited to bring you more from St. Louis. Let's take a look at the standings so far for those of you who haven't been following. Well, we've got Nakamura with a 3.5 lead, 2.5 versus Caruana. So Naka leads by 1 point. They drew in the basket chess, but in the Fisher Random, not that surprising. It's one of Nakamura's favorite forms of chess. He took a 1-point lead. Now, more surprises in Negi versus Hou Yifan. We didn't expect Negi to come out just smashing in the Bass chess. He won 2 games, and remember that he's actually studying at Stanford, so he's been taking a break from professional chess.
Right.
Meanwhile, Yifan rebounded in such wonderful fashion yesterday, getting 3.5 out of 4, and not just because Negi screwed up. She played brilliantly.
Indeed, she was dominant in the games of yesterday, and all of her victories were really kind of model performances. Very impressive play, especially with her back to the wall.
That's right, and let's take a look at what we're going to see more of today. Well, we've got rapid chess, but actually rapid chess, if you will, because it's game 15 with a 10-second increment, and we're going to see 4 rounds of that. So hold on tight. This is going to be a really fun ride. Tomorrow we have blitz.
8 games of the blitz.
That's right.
Both matches.
And that'll be game 3 with a 2-second increment. So
right.
That really will flash very quickly. And we've got Grandmaster Maurice Ashley with a summary on the match so far and what he expects from today.
Well, we often talk about in sports lead changes. We see it, of course, in the NBA all the time, one of my favorite sports, basketball. But in these matchups, we've seen the same. Fabiano Caruana took the lead in Fisher Random only to see himself overturned by Nakamura as he won 2 games in a row. Things were even more topsy-turvy in the other match as Negi stormed out to a 2-point lead only to see Hou Yifan charge back with 3 victories. So more of the same today for sure. When we asked Fabiano Caruana about yesterday's Fisher Random, this is what he had to say. He said, first of all, it's stressful. I said, well, is it the time or the position? And he replied, it's taken us hundreds of years to understand just the normal starting positions in chess, so I don't think an extra 10 or 15 minutes is going to help me over the board. He explained why he wasn't sitting at the board trying to figure out these crazy positions that were in front of him. Well, there is more craziness to expect today. Rapid chess always breeds a ton of excitement. I'm looking forward to round 3 here of the Showdown in St. Louis.
Thank you, Maurice. Indeed, and we are going to have some really great games today. I really feel that the players are in a combative mood, as we've seen throughout all the rounds.
Well, Nakamura thinks that today is Caruana's best chance.
Yes, he mentioned that in the interview, yeah.
That he thinks the weirdness of the Fisher Random and the Bass chess gives him an edge. Of course, Nakamura, a renowned blitz player, but then in rapid, that's the closest to real chess, where he and Caruana are obviously neck and neck.
Exactly. He thought that that in this form of chess, the rapid chess, where Fabi had his best chances, and he really considered himself, and rightfully so, a favorite in the blitz.
Right. I mean, there's no trash talking there. It's
No.
just look at the scoreboard. Right?
Look at the scoreboard.
And that's the most impressive thing. I mean, I think one of the reasons Nakamura has calmed down in recent years is, I mean, he doesn't have to do any kind of any bragging, right? His results are really speaking for themselves.
Exactly. Well, and he had been in the world's top 10 for quite a number of years, and he had good results and poor results mix. But he really seems to me, especially in the last, let's say, 24 months, that he's kicked himself in a higher gear. And he had become the world's number 2. He fell back just a little most recently, but he is really impressive. And as we get ready for March and the candidates, both of these players have made it very clear their ambition is to become challenger to Magnus Carlsen.
And they both have a shot, and they're both candidates, and that's going to be really exciting for us.
Absolutely.
And who do you think has a better chance to make it through?
Yeah, just the player who's in sparkling form. That's going to decide. I mean, you just put all the past behind you, and it's a very long tournament, first of all, as 13 rounds. So the player who just plays consistently throughout is going to succeed. Now,
it's going to have a lot to do with preparation as well. I mean, they're bringing their big guns.
Oh
with
yes.
This one. I mean,
oh yes.
You really need a lot of very good preparation, and
yes.
There's nothing else to save it for.
Yes,
I mean, what,
exactly.
Are you saving it for Magnus?
No.
Who doesn't even play theory most of the time?
No.
No, this is it.
Exactly.
I mean, if you've got something high lurking there in your chest base,
You're going to play it.
Exactly.
Yes.
So.
I gotta say that's not an answer though, Yaz. You gotta commit, put a player on the line. I'll be the first to say I think Nakamura. Frankly, looks like the hungriest player on the circuit. He is got a transformation that's happened in his game. He's playing a lot more solidly, a lot more like if he's not going to try to risk anything as we see Hou Yifan come in to the playing hall. I really feel like Nakamura's time has come. He has a lot to prove, and I believe he's the hungriest. If you look to all the players playing in the candidates, I think Nakamura is the hungriest player of all right now, the most desperate to try to prove that he belongs as his opportunity to win, or at least challenge Magnus. Now, as far as the numbers between him and Magnus, not the greatest. He's got a long way to go to even come close to an even score against Magnus, and there he is walking in, the 4-time U.S. champ, the reigning champ as of today. And again, I just think he's the hottest player on the circuit. Also, he's won so many tournaments this year. Gibraltar, he won. He won in Switzerland as well. Was it Zurich? He won. He also won the Millionaire Chess Open. He's just hungry. He just looks like a person who's come into his own. Seems very confident that he belongs now. Maybe number 2. Maybe if he could show it, number 1.
Well, I've always been a huge Nakamura fan because I just love the way he plays chess. But I'm trying to come up with an argument for Fabi, and I think that preparation is a big one. Fabi's very well known for being a super hard worker and having great preparation.
Well, it all came into crystal clear in the 2014 Sinquefield Cup with that
That's
7,
right.
and he won maybe two games, I'm going to say, literally with great opening preparation. And so, yes, that's going to be key.
Can they both win?
No.
What?
Only one challenger.
2 matches against Magnus? I like that, right? Like,
well, we want Magnus to play Basque chess or something? No.
that would be fun. I mean, if we had a chance to see Nakamura, Carlsen, and Caruana Carlsen, I would like to see both of those matches. I mean, Carlsen would be likely to go down to at least one of them, and we'd have our American world champion. Well, we do see the players have arrived for today's matches. Hou Yifan and Parimarjan Negi, and we've also got Caruana and Hikaru. They're all ready to get the party started.
Yes, and again, I just have to say that I think it's just incredible what Hou Yifan did, losing 2 games in a match to start, and then coming back, storming back with 3 in a row. That's really, really remarkable, and it's always been the true sign of a champion in my eyes, how they deal with their losses, because that can be very, very difficult. As we all know, a loss can be very painful, and this young lady has really impressed me greatly with the 3 wins that she got yesterday.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, mental game is so important. That's why you see
Toughness,
people.
yeah, just mental toughness. Yeah.
That's right. They call it grit, resilience. I was reading, there's a lot of people and researchers who talk about how that's the most important quality to being successful, not just in chess, but really in anything in life.
Yeah.
There's a good TED Talk on that about grit. And I was reading another article by an entrepreneur who was giving his top 10, somebody who invested in Uber and did really, really well. And he was giving his top 10 traits of a champion, a very successful entrepreneur. And resilience was number 1.
Interesting. And Nakamura's resilience too. Okay, he had slipped and he was behind in the match, and he came back with back-to-back victories. And he did not press in the 4th game, and he was just happy to take his 1-point lead in today's rapid chess format.
And we've got Tony Rich with today's intro and rules.
Welcome to day 3 of the 2015 Showdown in St. Louis. The action is really heating up. In the match between Hikaru Nakamura and Fabiano Caruana, Hikaru leads 2.5, 3.5. And the match between Hou Yifan and Parimarjan Negi, Hou Yifan leads the match 3.5, 2.5. Today is rapid chess with a time control of game in 15 minutes with a 10-second increment. We will be following the FIDE rapid play rules of chess. Some quick notes on that. Please remember that you must castle with only one hand. Pawn promotion must be completed, including replacing the pawn on the board. Failing to do so and leaving the pawn on the last rank and hitting your clock is the same as making an illegal move, and an illegal move is a forfeit in rapid chess. We'll play 4 rounds today with colors alternating. We'll have a 10 to 15 minute break in between rounds. Some reminders for the spectators. Flash photography is allowed for the first 10 minutes. After that, you can still take pictures, just no flash, please. Since we have a nice small room here, noise is a big concern, so please make sure that you're quiet, no talking in this room. The players aren't allowed to talk to anybody during their games anyway. Tomorrow will be rapid chess. We'll have 8 rounds, time control 3 minutes plus 2 seconds. Unless we have any questions from the players, I want to wish everybody the very best of luck. You may begin.
And we're getting started.
And of course, Nakamura can play anything in the first move, and he shows that.
B2, B3.
B3, immediately responding with G6.
Okay, bishop B2, knight F6. Now this is actually just a moment. I remember a game of Anatoly Karpov and Walter Brown where there was a capture on F6 and C4.
No, don't give away the bishop, Yasser.
And White was looking to plant a knight on D5. But that was not Hikaru's choice. Instead, Hikaru, I believe, played the move E2, E4, taking advantage of the fact that the knight, of course, is pinned. And that pawn on E4 cannot be captured because the rook is hanging.
That's right. Much love for the bishops by Nakamura.
And I believe we have D6 on the board.
And by the way, we've got a fun battle in store as well in Negi Yifan, as that looks like it's headed towards a Sicilian.
Let me just...
Rook C. Okay, it dipped a little bit in its fun quotient. But this could also be quite, it could be quite interesting as well. Maurice bind here by Negi.
With the pawns on C4 and E4, he's about to follow up with D2, D4.
A departure from his earlier game where he played a more traditional Sicilian against Yifan, and she played the dragon, and I guess he wasn't so thrilled with the outcome.
Right.
Although that was different because she did play A6, so it's not like he had a path to repeating that line.
Well, it's...
But didn't he get a good position there? He won,
he
got a good position as well.
Exactly,
yeah.
He did. And he was actually very well prepared. Not a formation that you'll see every day. It looks like a perk of sorts. There's this beautiful central pawn duo on D4 and E4. But a double fianchetto bishops, that's different. That's different in the game between Hikaru and Fabi. Let me just
It
get.
looks like it's turned into a Maroczy bind on both boards now. After these last couple of moves, takes on c5, check, queen d2, and queen c5, and c4 clamping down. And in this case, the double fianchetto for the Maroczy bind, not the case yet anyway. We're waiting to see a move like d4 happen on the other board, and then we would see a Maroczy bind as well there. But standard position in front of us in the Maroczy bind classical play.
Well, the structure of the Maroczy bind has always been kind of irritating for me when I'm playing on the black side against it, because it's very hard to get active play.
It is.
So this knight can often find itself on d5, and a lot of times you're stuck in a situation where if you leave it there, it's not fun, and if you capture it, you're slightly worse.
Right, knight takes d5, e takes d5, and sometimes the pawn on e7 can be painfully awkward to defend. Having said that, with the bishop already on g2, oftentimes black is searching for his own counterplay based on a6 and b5.
That's
and
right.
just the fact that the bishop is not lending its weight to stopping b5 makes me think that that's the most natural source of counterplay for Fabi in this position, is to
True.
play for b5 quickly.
Although your queen is a little bit funny on c5. Like,
Yeah,
that could
it's
actually
awkward.
be, that actually could be a negative, because it can get kind of hassled by moves like knight a4. For instance, if you play a6, sometimes we'll be able to stick that in and annoy you. But yeah, exactly, kind of trying to hammer on that b6 square.
Let us, because the time control, by the way, game 15 with 10 seconds, we do expect a much faster, brisk pace than we might otherwise see in rapid chess.
That's right. Did you read my brother's articles on slow chess?
No, I didn't. What did Greg have to say? Queen d4.
He
What
said
did Greg have
he
to
said
say?
that slow chess should die.
Oh my.
It was just an article about how, like, if somebody invented chess now, wow, they'd be a real genius, for one thing, because it took, so many centuries of
evolution.
Yes, exactly, to create this great game. But if they did, that they would kind of go with a starting point of making it quicker, in order to compete with, like, video games and stuff like that. Yeah. Or anything. I mean, TV, video games, like basically anything that people do, they would almost always want to do it faster. So it's kind of interesting, although the counter arguments is that, like, just like novels, some people actually like chess because it's an antidote to everything else that they do.
Which is high
escape.
speed and
Yeah,
fast. Well, it's
exactly.
just how our society has grown from, baths to showers, and you were just moving so much quicker in our lives. And, for me, I love classical chess. The beauty, the appreciation of the players putting in so much hard work over the board and finding something creative. Speaking of creative, intriguing move here by Fabiano. He played queen d4, offering the trade of queens. Normally speaking, it's in black's interest. Black's queen, usually in a Maroczy bind, doesn't have a safe square. Sometimes in a Maroczy bind you can see that the queen comes over here to a5, and from a5 black is usually happy to trade queens when white's knight moves, but white is never really forced to play knight d5, and sometimes the queen on a5 is just simply misplaced. Other times this queen sometimes comes over here to h5 to try to be able to play bishop h3 in such formations, but you always have to be careful for knight e2, knight f4. So basically what Fabiano said is, I've got a problem with my queen. I don't know what to do with it. Let's trade him off. So he's played the move queen d2, and let me get caught up to date. We do have a trade. So after queen d4, queen takes d4 by Hikaru. And that's something that you don't see very often in a Maroczy. Castles on the queen side. He does gain a nice tempo, however, against the knight on d4. The knight dropped back to e6. We have h2, h3, stopping any ideas like knight g4, and we have knight c5. Maurice, your thoughts?
Well, that game certainly is a lot more solid structure for black, and looks like they're going to go into a more or less evenish endgame. Certainly white has a bit of space with that pawn on e4 and c4, that Maurice bind position. But another one that is in a completely different vein is the game that's going on between Hou Yifan and Parimarjan Negi, where the Maurice bind is in full effect. Tons of space for white. Let's take a look at how the game proceeded after he did play d4. Again, we see the pawns on e4 and c4 in the position, bishop to b7, and now the move castles, and after knight f6, attacking this pawn, f3, and d6, and KG position for black, the hedgehog, as it's called, the hedgehog setup, bishop to e3, bishop to e7, and queen d2, all standard moves. And after these couple of moves, developing pieces, now all the pieces have moved, everyone's got their station. Negi essayed the move b4 at this moment, b4 getting more space on this side. The knight not being able to go to the c5 square the way it is right now in the game with Caruana and Nakamura. The pawn on b4 gaining some space. And after the move queen back to b8, a typical maneuver in the hedgehog, now a3. And look at white's pawns attempting to hold down the position. But of course, there are evils to having all that space. Sometimes you can be chipped away by some tactical ideas of b5 and d5. White will have to be on the lookout for those kind of ideas. Sometimes black will put the queen on a8. This bishop sometimes also maneuvers d8 to c7. So lots of ideas the players no doubt are familiar with. We'll see how the game proceeds as these two great champions here sitting looking for an option. Is Hou Yifan exactly what does she need to do to break out of jail, because that space is certainly annoying to have to deal with.
Thank you, Maurice. And again, I loved the hedgehog as black when I played professionally. I just love this idea of letting your opponent commit to a strategy and being very flexible to be able to counter it. Basically what black does often in a hedgehog is he plays a move rook on f8 to e8. He drops back with his bishop either to the f8 square or to the d8 and c7 square. I believe that the way that Hou Yifan has played it so far, she's going to play it in the Fischer style of bishop d8 to c7, playing for, okay, let me just
Why
make a
the
move.
Fischer style? Is there a famous game you're referring to?
Yes, Ulf Anderson, Bobby Fischer, from a radio match. Let me just make a move for white so I can show, oops, is it black's turn? Yes, it is. What this idea has in mind, bishop c7. So what black wants to do is play d5 and then play bishop takes h2 check, opening up the position against black's king. After you play a move like g3, sometimes you have this Fischer idea of king g8 to h8. It looks a little bit paradoxical, followed by rook g8 and preparing the advance of the pawn to g5 and g4.
Yeah,
it
so
really
that
gets
happens.
very, 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 lots of cool
Murky.
action. Yeah, it's good stuff. I enjoyed these kinds of games.
You might turn us around. You might turn me and Maurice around to them Roxy. Keep talking about rook g8, g5.
G5, you get some fun.
I've seen that idea before myself, and I favor the hedgehog positions as black. Absolutely, I've won a couple of nice games with the black side, and those thematic ideas are very interesting. Of course, you could be tortured by the Maurice as well. Those are never fun. You don't even want to talk about those kind of games. But that idea of playing for g5 and swinging all the pieces over, particularly when white is not poised to take on g5, if I'm in a different position here and there's some excitement happening in the other game, but sometimes white will have the queen over here on f2 instead, and that will give black the opportunity to come very quickly with the advance on this side, as you mentioned, Yaz. The other game, though, we should point out, this game has taken a curious turn. Back here, we saw the maneuver knight e6, h3, knight c5, and after knight g2, this move a5, and this move, very committal pawn move, even though it looks like maybe one day you'll push this pawn to a4 looking for some kind of counterplay, it also weakens permanently the square b5 and gives you the impression that black's pawn flexibility has been reduced dramatically. The idea of b5 is no longer possible with any ease anyway if white stays clear. keeps attention anyway, stays alert is what I meant to say, to this push. And he played bishop a3, say, I bet you will not play the move a4 right now. For one thing, just dropping a pawn. So, and this capture knight, bishop takes knight, freezes those light squares permanently. So knight a6 was played in response, and that prompted Nakamura to play e5 suddenly. So a solid position suddenly explodes with the central pawn break. The bishop gets this long diagonal, and d takes e5. Now bishop takes on e7, and the engines are saying definite advantage for white. Now the move rook e8, and one of the most critical moves in all of chess, bishop takes knight. That move is a very important exchange. I consider it the most important exchange in chess of all, the most important. Why? Because after this takes, now the light squares are all completely weak. This bishop cannot guard light squares. Only these two pieces, but white has three pieces that can dominate on the light squares. So black has to be careful. Sure, black dominates the dark squares, but if that doesn't happen, he'll be in trouble. And immediately Nakamura played the move knight to e4 in the position, attacking this bishop, threatening to go into d6, hitting this pawn on this square. I believe the continuation was bishop back to e7, and now the knight plunked itself down on the d6 square. We have a trade on d6. That has changed the position also, because now the light square dominance is somewhat different. The minors match each other, but still, we've got this nice bishop on this diagonal. Rook coming to the open file. This knight will bounce to c3, b5, or d5. This is looking very good. Easy play for Nakamura, at least. Caruana certainly in a bit of trouble in this particular position. He may not be out of the wood. He may not be busted, but he's not going to be out of the woods for some time, as this game has just simply exploded.
That's right, but it looks like Fabi has just traded off pawns with the move a4.
A5, A4.
Right, so obviously if white were to recapture that pawn, Fabi could play something like knight c5 and end up gaining the pawn and then also pressurizing the a2 pawn. So instead, Nakamura played knight to c3.
Right. I was just going to say, I think that Hikaru opened up the position really, really well, and that this move a5 followed by knight a6 was just mistimed by Fabiano. I think he had to have played bishop d7 in that position, a little bit too ambitious with the move a5. And now after knight c3, we can see it's very easy for white. White intends to simply double his rooks on the d file, use this outpost either for a knight, possibly a bishop. And don't forget, the rook could actually swing over here to b6, and just this bishop on g2 is a monster, pressurizing the pawn on b7.
We need to figure out how to consolidate some things here as white and get our pieces into the action, because the thing with black is our knight and our bishop are terrible.
Exactly.
Like, our rooks aren't that bad, but I mean, we need to figure out something to do with those pieces. So the question is, where for the black knight on a6? Like, I'd love to get it to d4, perhaps via c5, e6, because then I could also get in the way of you trying to double your rooks and do ugly things.
Do some damage. Knight c5 in this position, king b2. I like what you're suggesting, that in case of knight e6, rook to d1. Pardon me, I got to get my rook over there. You could plug up the position with your move knight d4. The problem is this knight on d4 is really, really good. I might play a move like f2, f4, undermining the knight. You do have the move knight f5 attacking the rook, but when I go rook to d8, don't forget this beauty on g2. If I ever get to capture that pawn on b7, I'll have Hikaru will have two connected pass pawns, and I think that will be winning.
Very easy play for white, especially in our game. And Caruana, instead of trying to activate his knight immediately, simply played king to g7 here, kind of getting his king off the back rank. And yet, it does seem quite slow. Yeah,
it doesn't solve his problems of how he's going to connect his rooks and bring his bishop into the game. The simple rook d1, bringing everybody to the party. Again, black would like to move his bishop to e6, but this bishop takes b7 is just too beastly to consider. You've got to stop. You've got to play some defensive move. I don't want to suggest it, but there's a move like rook a8 to b8 in order to develop the bishop. But then the whole operation of a5, a4, opening up the a file for the rook is undone.
Well, instead it looks like knight c5 was played.
Instead of king g7?
Oh, after king g7, king b2.
Oh, king b2 was played?
Anticipating knight c5.
And by the way, setting up a possibility of rook a1.
That's
and
right,
so
and then you'd be threatening all sorts of nasty things, right?
Yes. So that provoked knight c5. And now we're kind of transposing a little bit into that position that we looked at a moment ago. If we play rook to d1, here knight e6 is comfortably stopped with knight d5. The knight takes up a great station so that knight d4 is not playable.
Nakamura chose another path. Instead he played rook, well, b4 was an option for sure to calculate what happens in that situation after knight a4 check. But it seems like all roads to be somewhat better for white. But instead Hikaru chose rook d5, and there's a lot of good news for Nakamura in this position. Not only does it seem like every one of his pieces is stronger than his opponent's. I mean, if you play that game, right?
Right.
Especially now that we're going to be dislodging this knight on b6. Note that it can't be held because if b6, we can simply capture the knight, winning material.
The power of that fianchetto bishop.
Exactly.
Nice discovered attack.
So our bishop's better, our rook's better, our knight's better, but there's a sixth piece that we're not even talking about. We also have twice as much time as our opponent. So massive pressure and twice as much time on the clock. Maurice, do you think Nakamura is just massively on top here? How can Caruana fight back?
Well, after all you explained, I couldn't disagree with all that. I mean, this is bad. This is horrible. And he has had to play the groveling move, knight back to a6. It's just all Christmas or maybe early Thanksgiving, at least for Nakamura. This piece is better. He can go to b5. He had to worry about the c7 square once the knight landed here, hitting that square. This pawn is isolated. It's a 2-on-1 majority already. All the pieces are more active. You're just waiting to figure out when this one will come into the game and dominate. It's miserable. This bishop, as soon as it leaves, rook b5 is going to show up on the board, and that pawn's going to be dead. So what to do? I mean, just a horrible position for him. Almost every move. By the way, b4, as you mentioned earlier, was a good shot according to the engines. This rook can go to a1. It could go to d1. There's even this idea of knight to e4, which looks quite strong. After bishop to e6, well, there's a pawn hanging here we could take, maybe. But what about rook b5 also in the position? And the pressure is overwhelming. It's an embarrassment of riches. And, you know, sometimes you look at it and you say, there's so many choices, the guy might screw up. Nakamura tends to not screw up. I mean, he loves having options, and he finds the most dominant one. And, man, he looks like the Cheshire Cat right now. He's feeling very comfortable. He has a lead on the clock, pressure on the board, overwhelming start to game one. And he's just doubled rooks in that position. He knows it's just so over. It's such a big edge coming right out of the opening. That move a5, as you mentioned, Yas, was the culprit. Just a bit too much asking from the position, and now it seems that he has moved. He's played the move knight to b4 in this position, knight to b4, and that is not going to solve much. Rook can go anywhere. Rook b5 is an automatic move. Here, for example, where do you put the knight in that position? The knight seems like it's trying to head towards the d4 square. So let's take a look at this line. Rook b5, knight c6, knight to e4, and then knight to d4. But the engine's already calculating something pretty dangerous with knight to d6. Really interesting move. The point being that knight takes b5 is answered by this check, king to f8, and now rook to d8. Wow, position's getting really crazy now. There's no clarity in this line. We're going to have to analyze what these lines mean, because after king e7, he wants to play rook d5, preparing to take this, and then hit on this again. Wild position, but the tactics seem to be favoring Nakamura in most of these lines. It did not go that route. Let's take a look at the game the way it did go. After rook to d6, after knight b4, he played rook d6, rook a6, and Nakamura traded on a6. So the game is still advantage white, but the clarity hasn't been realized just yet, but still big advantage for white in that game. Meantime, just a quick peek at the other game. It's still in the opening stages, no matter what the time. It always seems like Nakamura and Fabi, they're way down in some endgame, and these guys just started. Like they just set up an opening position with 8 minutes on the clock for Negi, 7 minutes for Yifan. So this one will get really exciting very quickly. But for now, just in the opening, as the other two, after the trade on a6, pawn takes on a6, are way deep into some endgame position where white has a passed pawn and is looking to try to milk this position home.
Thank you, Maurice. And again, the thing about strategic chess, it's all about piece activity. And if you look at the position on the board, the black bishop on c8 hasn't even moved yet. Better activity for the white's rook, better activity for white's bishop. And in a nice little way, now that this pawn has gone to the a6 square, there's even the idea of white's king just kind of coming up, encroaching up the board against the a6 pawn later in the endgame. So certainly everything going very swimmingly. And I just wanted to point out the tactic. If the idea of knight b4 had been to come back to c6 and to d4, well, the idea for white is that he could have captured and gotten that type of position that I was mentioning earlier, Jen, of two connected passed pawns, and they would be very, very swift. And in fact, they'll be escorted by, with the help of rook, knight, and king, these two connected passed pawns would have won the game. So that wasn't even a possibility, and that was why Fabi played rook a6. Maurice.
A big point in the other game, quickly, the move knight e5, attacking this pawn, just going back a couple of moves. Queen f2, typical maneuver. We talked about that queen shifting to the f2 square, hitting this pawn and saying, well, how are you going to defend it? And the answer, bishop d7, was, I'm not, because I'm hitting your c pawn. This one weakness of putting the pawn on b4. If we look at the Nakamura game, the pawn's on b3. But that dark side of space when you play a3, b4 in the Marazzi is that c4 becomes a point of contention. And the only way really reasonable to defend this pawn is to play knight d2, the kind of move you're not really excited about playing in this position. Of course, snap off the pawn on b6 is possible. Knight takes c4 is the answer to that, hitting the bishop and hitting the a pawn as well. Bishop takes on c4 doesn't trouble black at all because of rook takes, and black is doing quite well. So that maneuver, bishop d7, actually is a critical moment in the game, ignoring the attack on the pawn. One of my favorite things to see happen, I remember a good friend of mine, Willie Johnson, he always said, you know, it's terrible when you threaten something and the guy says, who cares? I'm ignoring it. Well, in this case, the lady has said, yeah, you want my b pawn? You can have it, but I'm going to get a good position from it. And the engines are agreeing this position is just fine for black. Hou Yifan acquitting herself quite well coming out the opening.
Thank you, Maurice. And I was a little bit surprised here by the choice of Hikaru. Hikaru played knight e4. Very strong move, centralizing the knight. Nothing wrong with this move whatsoever. You're even thinking of plonking the knight down on d6. I found myself attracted to the line of rook d6, taking up a station, and the idea was that I really did want to go into this ending where I saw that this king was going to be so active so very quickly, whereas black's king has no similar attacks on the king side. Hikaru went for the move knight e4, and after knight e4, rook e7, sidestepping the fork that could have resulted from knight d6. And are we up to date? No, I believe we have more moves. Let me just refresh my board. So after knight e4, rook e7, knight d6, bishop e6, and finally c5. Okay, well, passed pawns must be pushed and all of that good stuff. Maurice, is this tactically okay?
Tactically just fine for white, looking like white is starting to dominate that position. In the other game, a big development as well. Look at this defensive move. Looking to guard his pawn, the move knight to b1. I was looking for a knight move, and I didn't think of knight b1. Like, seriously, you're going to put your knight back here? And instantly, she pounced with the move bishop to a4. That's a good-looking move, pinning the knight to the rook, and attacking it, of course, directly, and he has responded with knight to d2. What a weird reconstruction of the pieces. This doesn't look like a construct I've ever seen. I've never seen white do this in order to defend the position. The two knights, how did it even happen, the way the maneuver went about? And now the engines are saying this is great for black, and a very simple move you can anticipate now is the move b5, taking the pawn out of danger on that b6 square, and after a simple trade on b5, a takes b5, and now this can always be traded off at will, the control of the c4 square. Black's now starting to think about d5 at the right moment. It looks as though white has misplayed the position in the last two moves, and Hou Yifan, and she has played b5, by the way. b5 is on the board. This is the position in the game. Advantage black, as she has turned the game around with this very nice maneuver with bishop d7 that prompted that mistake. On the other board, just quickly, Nakamura has now played a move that the engines did not like at all. After c5, the engines are saying big position, king f8, and that king a3 was the money move in this position. King a3, what a move. Marching the king up the board, making the king into a fighting piece. That's the maneuver the engines wanted, but bishop f1 instead. After king f8, bishop f1 was played, and now the engines are saying rook c7 creates problems, maybe dead equality. You attack this, and after rook c1, f5, tying down white's pieces, but I'm trying to figure out why this move is not a big move now. Then a5, it's suggesting, and if now king a4, some trickery with knight a2, yes, it's starting to get a little bit weird here, these kinds of moves. But it looks as if white is not able to control everything. Let's continue this line. Rook c2, well, knight b4 again, and oh, you can't hold the c-pawn. Yeah, a bit of trouble. Tricky computer-esque defenses here now. It seems as though, and king a3 did happen. That was my first guess, although the engine doesn't say it's the best move, but that was my first guess, human-like move, and it looks like Fabiano is defending like a computer right now. That last move, a5, and now he's saying, make a move. Engine saying, dead equal. Game has definitely turned around. And is it going to matter as it look at the clock? Nakamura with 9 minutes on the clock and change, while Fabi's down to only 4 minutes and a couple of seconds. That's probably the most dominant factor in the position now that it's reached dynamic equality. And man, look at Naka. He's sitting back, sipping tea, got the hand on the hip. You would think he's watching some TV or something.
Well, California cool.
It's funny how Nakamura shifts from Red Bull to tea. But yeah, that line that Maurice was showing, that's pretty cool. I mean, you see perpetuals with a rook, you see perpetuals with a queen, but seeing a perpetual with a knight, that's a lot less typical.
Yeah, and hitting the rook that's tied to the c5 pawn.
And clearly what Nakamura meant.
Yeah, and we just want to go back just a quick second to this position. After the move c5, just want to boldly point out the obvious, because at first it wasn't obvious to me. I was thinking, well, why didn't he go rook here, attacking this pawn on c5? If you dare defend it with rook c1, I've got this lovely fork, knight d3 check, hitting king on b2, rook on c1.
I fork first.
It's kind of rare to see this knight, reaching into the position and going knight e8, checking the king, hit and picking up the rook. That was why Fabi had to first preface the move rook c7 with the move king f8. Bishop f1 covered the d3 square, just those very tactics that I was looking at. Rook c7, rook c1, f5, king a3, a5, I believe we're up to date.
And if we may jump to the other position really quickly, guys.
Of course.
This game has exploded in black's favor in a big way. We'll get back to the Nakamura game, but c5 was played. c5. Now, in the Maroxy, the point for the Hedgehog is to get the b5, d5 break. You remove these pawns. They're no longer weaknesses, and you're able to get good play for your pieces. Well, c5 is a gift. Yeah, we'll just give it to you. This break is not something that white wants, especially not under these conditions. Bishop c5, and rook takes on c5, and suddenly all of black's pieces are fine. The bind is gone. This pin is here, always tradable on this square. The engines really like rook takes, but also the move she played was nice as well. Knight back to d7, and black is for choice here. White's bishop is nothing. It's anemic now, and black is still looking at c4 squares, chasing all of white's pieces away. The trade did happen. Rook takes on c8, rook takes on c8. Look at black. What bind? Happy lady. This looks very good, and now it's up to white to try to figure out how to maintain equality, as black is just perfectly fine, set up every which way. It's not so bad yet, but this bishop on f1 might prove to be the bad piece in this game. We'll see how this one transpires, but there's action happening on the other board as well.
Yeah, that's right. That's what happens in the Hedgehog. Black seems worse.
And then
Better.
Suddenly a single trade of pawns, a favorable trade of pawns, and then it's black is better. And that's one of the things that I always liked about the Hedgehog is, first of all, it's very awkward for white to decide where he wants to win the game, on the king side, on the queen side, in the center. And oftentimes when you dilly-dally about, it's black who opens up the position advantageously. When we went a while ago, I wanted to say I really like white's structure. The position we now have on the board after this retreat, knight c6, if you look at white's structure, all of his pawns have 4 pawn islands. This pawn on a5 still, yes, it still represents a potential weakness. There are ideas of such as bishop b5, king a4 that still are there for white. But now that the pawn is on f4, it's even possible that black's king also has something that it can tickle.
Right, if that knight on d6 moves, we've got a king f6.
And I'm just thinking that Hikaru is not happy about the way. He should not be happy. I thought he had a much cleaner advantage earlier, 10 moves earlier, where he really looked like he was dominating, and he's given Fabi a chance to really defend this position very well.
Well, I agree, but he probably missed that move, knight a2, right?
Right. That was.
And
that's right. That perpetual.
And still being way ahead on the clock, you got to think that he's going to try to stir up some tricks.
Of course.
Note that this bishop b5, king a4 idea does look really enticing, because if we can get those 2 protected passed pawns, then
then it's
we're going to crush.
Exactly.
We have to note though that our h3 pawn is hanging at the moment if we move the bishop on f1. So I think that Nakamura is going to find a good time to do something like that and really rattle Fabiano. So this game is far from over.
Oh, without question. And Maurice.
But that one's starting to look better for black, better in terms of what it used to be. White was just crushing in that position. But take a look at the other game. This one's getting very exciting. It looks like she missed an opportunity, did Hou Yifan, after queen d4, which looks like a great centralizing move. The engines were screaming for rook to c2 as a great move. The point is very nasty. It's hidden. If you try to trade off this piece, then all of a sudden bishop takes on b3, knight takes on b3, and then bam, out of nowhere, a sacrifice on f3. The point being that I'm threatening mate in 1. Queen takes on h2 is mate, and if you take it, that rook showed up on the square, and queen takes his mate anyway. So rook to c2 was a serious boss move, would have given a very nice edge, because you couldn't really bother this piece at all, and the pin and all the tricks are still maintained in the position. Instead of doing that, she didn't spot that idea. She decided to play knight b6, aim for the c4 square, and after rook to c1, rook to d8. No trades of rook. She wants to stay active, and then the move queen to c3 was played, and now queen d6. She's finding all the best next moves now with this maneuver, and he has now played the move queen to c5, offering a trade of sorts. But as far as the engine is concerned, these endgames are better for black, more activity. This square will be advantageous. Curiously, the move queen c5 is being suggested by the engine as the best move. Hard move, I think, for a human to play, and she did not play it. She did not play. She played bishop takes b3 instead in this position, which has given away some of her advantage. According to the engine, she should have traded on c5 right away. But the moment you look at this, even though it says better for black, instinctively you say, really? Is that what I want to do? Very difficult move that she did not find here. Allowing takes and then dropping a knight into the c4 square was what the engine said. Yeah, but it's rapid chess, and it's hard to evaluate all that very quickly. Instead, she did take on b3, and after knight takes, she has placed her knight on the c4 square now, hitting this pawn. Only a slight edge for her now, according to the engines, and the clocks are ticking very fast. She only has 2 minutes, and so does he. This one is going to be a nail-biter, and we still had another game to pay attention to on the other board.
Yes, thank you, Maurice.
That's right, with 2 minutes, only 2 minutes left for Fabiano Caruana in his match between Nakamura. Remember, he needs to try to even the score in the rapid shots, otherwise his back will be against the wall tomorrow in blitz.
The Indians are saying that Black's better, by the way.
Yeah.
The Indians are giving Black a clear edge right now in the position.
Well, look at how he's coordinated his pieces finally, which we were bemoaning for most of the game.
Well, exactly.
So he's played this move knight d4, and we were trying to get the knight onto d4 like ages ago, eons ago.
Well, I think actually Hikaru missed a tactic in the position. He played the move knight d6 to c4, which I don't think was a very good move. And I think his intent, of course, when he played knight c4 was to freeze the knight and not to allow knight d4. I think his intent was to capture on a5. And I think he just thought he'd probably stop right here. And he said, okay, well, I've got it. But then he realized, well, after knight b3, this c-pawn, pardon me, catch up. The c-pawn isn't as dangerous as he may have intended, because this king is just in time to make a very easy blockade.
Oh God, that's so annoying.
It is.
Because sometimes when you analyze that, you might think, oh, and white's doing well.
And then you just kind of get to the position, and that, for that reason, he dropped back with his knight to d2 in order to protect the pawn on c5. And what a world of difference. This knight on d2 had been sitting on that gorgeous d6 square and is now that is why the computer is considering Black as doing very well.
And now
Black is doing well in the other game as well. Excuse me, Jen. Black is doing well because Negi did something bizarre. He traded first, that's okay, and after rook takes d6, he decided to play funky chess, a4, figuring he's going to undermine this knight on c4. Now, the only thing is this, looking at it, it might be worse for Black, but it might only, for White, but it might only lead to equality. Let's see, this line takes, but what is he planning after takes? Maybe knight to c5 in this position, expecting that he'll win this pawn back, and also the pawn on a6 is hanging. However, the Indians are giving the computer-esque knight b2 in this position. Knights don't normally end up on squares like this one, but the idea being to be able to push this pawn down, make a threat with this pawn very fast, and also drop a rook down to trade off the rook, which looks like the best piece to slow down the pawn from galloping down the board. She is sitting on this position now with a4 on the board, a4, and the issue is that both of them now at 127, and this is indeed the continuation. She did capture, and after knight to c5, she did find knight to b2. This is game position as we speak with 1 minute and 15 seconds for Negi, 1 minute 37 for Hou Yifan. An exciting game here. And on the other board, it's also exciting. Somehow Nakamura has gotten this position, but still the Indians like Black. It looks like Black is doing quite well in this position.
Absolutely. That's right. We've gotten a lot of updates here, and so it looks like Caruana has snapped a pawn, snaggled a pawn.
Exactly. We left it at excuse me. We left it at knight d2. And bishop dropped back to d7. First of all,
opening up the square on e6 for the knight. That was the key, and that's going to make a double attack on those two pawns.
Exactly. Knight e4. We talked about the 4-pawn islands for White. Hikaru.
3, but I know what you're saying.
Yeah, exactly.
We can't really play before.
Exactly. Knight e6. Rook e1, offering the pawn. Fabi said, "I'll take it." Knight takes h4. Knight e6, and the game has turned dramatically as Fabiano picked up a pawn from a really bad position. Great fighting back there. Bishop c4, h6, and we're up to date. And
no, we're not. We've got one more move.
Me.
So now,
what happened after h6? h5?
It looks like h5 has been played.
All right,
and
h5,
so not
offering yet another pawn.
But let's just take it.
Exactly, which
and
is what he did.
That's exactly what Bobby did, and now Nakamura followed it up with knight to g3.
Well, hold on. We've got a b4 has, I think, been played somewhere.
Oh, yeah, sorry. We've got a few more moves in.
Let me update. Okay, so we're going to go back. So we got here, bishop c4, h6, b4.
Yeah.
Takes. I'm sure Fabiano was really delighted by that trade because that pawn on a5 had been kind of sticking out there. Rook a7, activating, h5, a second pawn, knight g3, and are we up to date now, Jen, or we have a few more moves?
No, we've got a couple more moves.
What happened after knight g3? What did Black
play?
play?
After knight g3, h4 was played, and now knight h5, knight f5 check, king f6.
Knight takes h4.
Now, knight takes h4.
It's happened.
That has happened, yes, okay.
Okay, so now we have it on...
Now if you play rook a4 check...
Rook A4 check or Rook B7 check?
Well,
I'm
I
not
was just
sure.
looking at the fact that your minor pieces there are all lined up, and C5 is also hanging.
Well, indeed, and I want to take it.
Yeah. So
I didn't know if I should take it with Rook A4 check or Rook B7 check. I'm not sure. Okay, but let's go with your first instinct. Rook A4 check, King back to C3. What else? Knight takes C5. But now
you're
I have.
gaining back a pawn on F7, aren't you, with Rook F1 check? And then the question is.
Yes, Rook F1 check. Am I gaining the pawn back? There's this. Yes, I am gaining the pawn
Because
back.
do you want to explain?
Yeah, well, after King G5, I've got Knight F3 check.
You were thinking that we can't play Rook takes F7 because.
Then the bishop's defended, but Knight F3 check, and Black will lose this pawn on F. I'm wondering
because
if
of King G6, there's no
That position is looking more and more drawish, but we should point out that the other position is looking more and more winnish, or we should just say
Fabi
winning.
maybe missed something in there.
Yeah, there's some tactics there, but let's jump to the other game as we see this maneuver. Knight B2, Rook A1 was played in A3, a pawn you cannot touch because of Rook D1 with some tactics of bringing a knight to C4 and then to D2, and instead Bishop takes A6 and now A2 on the board, pawn all the way down to the A2 square, and danger because of Rook check coming in, and both of them down to only 30 seconds on the clock. If I may update this position right now, we have this on the board, still the pawn on A2. Rooks have been traded, still the pawn on A2, but this pawn is the thing. If somehow she can deflect this knight and get this pawn going, she's going to win the game. The king has now moved over to F1, and again, only 30 seconds on the clock. Let's jump back to the other game.
In the other game, it's Fabiano who's hurting on time. He's got less than a minute, whereas Nakamura has 5 minutes. Remember, these guys have played a lot more moves, and there is a 10-second increment. That's why they have so much more time than Negi and Yifan.
And it looks like Fabi is nursing a material advantage, but after Bishop takes
F7, which
F7,
has been played.
It's only a, whoa, what was that? There's only a one pawn advantage. This looking very drawish. Because it's such reduced material on the board.
Unless we can somehow get some tactics in with our minor pieces. Rook to F4 has just been played. So the note that the knight on F3 is semi-pinned. The problem is if we attack it, it can always just go back to D2. And then we wouldn't win any material. Instead, Rook D1 check happened after Rook F4.
Oh, pardon
and
me,
after
Bishop.
King E7.
There was Rook F4.
Yeah, so Rook D4 check, Rook D1 check, King E7, and now a quick Bishop D5. Nakamura trying to keep that time edge on the possession.
And in the other game, by the way, guys, just updated quickly. After King F1, Hou Yifan played knight E3 check, a sterling move, attacking this pawn. And after King E2 said, no, I don't want that pawn. I'm going to go after a piece on this side. And then King to D2, and she said, give me this one. I want the B pawn instead. Now up a pawn in the position after Bishop to E2. And now Negi down to only 4 seconds on the clock. We should see his clock time is ticking down. According to my clock, he's down, but he actually has 13 seconds left on the clock. King to D6, and she's up that A pawn. Can she somehow make it work as the white king is now very close to curtailing it? It looks as though he's played now King to B2, trying to keep that time on the clock moving quickly, but he's still down a pawn, at least for now.
That's right. So it looks like defensive skills in this game have been pretty sterling by both players, as people are extricating themselves from really ugly situations.
Well,
I mean, who plays blitz like that?
Yeah, exactly.
Jeez.
Well, it's really it's been very surprising to my eyes to see Hikaru giving up what I thought was just a very, very big advantage.
Well, let's get caught up with that game, because we've got a lot of games, and Caruana trying to do something with the only thing that he has, which is that extra H pawn.
Exactly. All Hikaru needs to do at this point, of course, is to sacrifice his knight for the H-pawn. Rook and knight versus Rook is quite an easier draw. Much easier than Rook and
Does Gary Kasparov think so?
Judith Polgar doesn't. That's correct.
There's a famous game between Kasparov and Polgar in which I guess it was time pressure situation that caused her to lose it, though.
That's right.
But here there's time pressure as well.
Exactly.
So Caruana will give it a go.
That one's looking more and more drawish, though. Nakamura should be able to hold it, barring some kind of disaster. Look at him leaning back in his chair. But the other one is definitely not drawish, as she has made tremendous progress as Hou Yifan. In this position, we were around this. Yes, King C3 up, and the king went to B2, and she played G5 finally, starting to look at the other side of the board. A weakness on this side, distracting the king. Let's attack on the other side, and after G3, Knight e5, exploiting this small change in the position, and they are blitzing now. We should take a look at the board as it looks as though she's making tremendous progress. She's just played knight to c1, attacking the bishop and the knight. It looks like the game is over. She just won a piece. No, actually, she did not. My apologies, because he was able to take on b4. But still, it looks like it should be enough of an advantage for black in some way. This should be completely winning.
Yeah.
Very easy.
Knight to d4 now, nibbling on the other side of the board. You can have my a-pawn, but I'm going to decimate the king side. He's just played f4. That's not going to help at all. His other pieces are on the wrong half. The wrong side of the board, and she's just going to start. There it goes. Knight to e2, attacking the f-pawn, and no way he holds up in this position. Just pushing, trying to hold on to his pawns, but now the black king will be the thing in a second, as it will find the e5 square, and simple dominance on the other side. An easy win now for Hou Yifan, keeping that streak from yesterday. 3 wins. Time to win another one.
Wow, and Negi looked shaky there. He was shaken by that move, knight c1. Well, I want to review knight c1, but let's first take a second and see if there's anything going on in Nakamura. Well, we do have that endgame, rook and knight versus rook, so this is going to go a little longer than we might have expected as we see if Caruana actually tries to squeeze this for a bit. Remember, he does get 10 seconds for every move he plays. Meanwhile, let's go back to that Yifan game and see that critical moment. Now we've got, wait, what happened? Wait a second. How did that pawn go to e5 instead of the king?
She played pawn to e5. That was an inferior move, although she's still totally winning. You have to rush forward. This knight c1 move was fantastic.
Yes, I want to see that knight c1 move.
This was the moment where knight came to d3 check, king to c3, and this was the moment of knight c1, threatening both knight takes b3 so that this pawn can promote as well as the bishop, and that's how we got the position that we have.
And he didn't have to play that king c3 move, did he?
Before?
Yeah, so after knight
probably
d3
he
check.
was well advised to drop back maybe to a1 with the king. This king c3
That's right, because,
set up that beautiful tactic.
Right, because knight c2 is not mating. Remember, the pawn on a2 will then be taken. So, wow, just a great resourcefulness by Yifan, though, I really was hungry for that king to come chomping. But still winning, right?
You didn't like the move e5. You thought she should play king e5?
Well, it looked like the king would just be dominant if it started
would have been. King e5 was crushing. King e5 was absolute finished. It would have, all those pawns would have disappeared. The king would have showed up on h2. Just everything would have been done in this position. The engines are saying easy win for black in this position, giving it a 7-point edge even, as pass pawns everywhere. And we know in endings, knight endings are really king and pawn endings, and that looks like a bad king and pawn ending. Still, the position is worse. It is losing for black, for white at the moment. White has managed to get all the way down here, but now a trapped looking knight on this side of the board, and I better get out of there quickly. Knight g4 can be anticipated, but then f5 and 2 pass pawns. This pawn doesn't matter at all. There's maybe some trickery still, but she has enough time on the clock, I think, to make this happen. And he did not play the knight back. Instead, he took the pawn and allowed f5 to happen. He took here, allowed f5 to happen on the board, and now king to b2. His knight is slightly trapped here. Looks like it's not going anywhere at all. I think he's going to lose easily now. Why did he leave his knight on this square? And the engines are up, saying 46-point lead. That's all. Might as well call it mate, because this knight is not going anywhere. And she's played king f6. He played king to c2. And now all you need, yes, there she goes, knight to d6. She's slowly eyeballing this piece, and he's feeling it. This knight is going to go down very quickly. The knight has now guarded the f-pawn. Next move is king g7. King g7 will win the game, because this knight will be trapped, and that's it. This move, we don't even need to look at this game anymore. Hou Yifan is going to win with ease. King to g7, a threat, trapping this knight on h6, and that will be all she wrote. I'm surprised he left it sitting on that square. The only game of interest now will be this one, and what's going to be of interest is how many more moves will we have to watch as increment after increment after increment plays a role here, as of course Caruana is going to make Nakamura suffer for a little bit, not because he thinks he's going to win the game. He might, maybe in some crazy planet, but because it's always nice to annoy your opponent for the next game. Make sure he feels a little bit of annoyance because he's the one under pressure. There's no pressure at all on his side to lose the game.
Yeah,
and this one did end, of course, in a win for Black. Amazing play. Great game by Hou Yifan.
That's right. Hou Yifan just really dominating this match now. And luckily for Negi, there's so many games to be played tomorrow that we can never count him out.
Well, yeah, right.
But the
8
problem
blitz
is
games.
he's shaking a little. I saw him like yesterday.
His confidence was is really bad. Well, when you lose 3 games in a row, it feels like the rules of physics have been turned upside down. The pieces don't move the way you've come to expect them. In the game between Fabiano and Hikaru, I would definitely play Fabiano's position. Obviously, he's a piece up, but it's a question of feeling confident, right? I mean, it's nice to have a position that you're constantly better, constantly get better, constantly. It's a confidence builder, is what it is. And so playing to the 50 moves, not necessarily entire 50 moves, is a good idea. Torture your opponent.
Absolutely.
Make yourself feel good too.
Yeah,
so let's see what's
think about what would Nakamura do. If you wonder what he used to do,
he would say absolutely right. Play on. And essentially what Black's only winning hope is he wants to pin the king on the border of the board, either on the first rank, on the last rank, or on the sides, so that he can set up checkmating threats. If he's unable to achieve that, then essentially the game, he'll have no threats of winning, and the game will be a draw. As we can see, what happened in the game was that Hikaru quickly brought his king so that it's not pinned to the side, but now it's on the second rank, and again, very, very difficult, impossible, in fact, to make progress. It's a theoretical draw, but still, play on.
Move 115 is the move number. Move 115. 65 is when the rook took on g5. The white rook played rook takes g5, the last capture. So now we are waiting for the 50 move rule to be in effect. That will be, if my math is correct. It's not always correct, but if my math is correct, it'll be a move 115 when Nakamura can say, okay, that's it. And actually, it'll be a lot sooner because Fabiano decided enough is enough, and they have drawn the first game.
Why don't you try to win with knight? Come on.
Can do. Not even if you went on time. There's no mating material, right?
Oh yes, exactly. I was just kidding.
Yeah.
Although I do like that expression, the night of shame. So.
The night of shame.
I thought Maurice said that.
The night of shame.
I did not say that.
Share the story. Okay, I can't recall. Great first.
Oh gosh, yes, it's going to get better.
An impressive
stay with us.
Hedgehog play by Hou Yifan to take a 2-point lead, and Hikaru still has a 1-point lead, but he'll be defending the black pieces in our next game.
Yes, anything can happen here in Rapid Chess at the Showdown in St. Louis. This game could have gone either way, and it ended up in the third way, a draw. And then we've got 3 more games by these 2 formidable opponents. We saw right now how good Caruana can be at fighting back. In the other game, Yifan, Negi. Negi's still struggling. Yifan now on a 4-game decisive streak. I mean, there was a draw in between, but all the decisive 4 games that have been held,
right.
She won.
Exactly.
So his saving grace, of course, was at a first match, that Basque Chess.
Where he won 2 beautiful games.
That's right. Can he find that style? Remember, you talk about mental game and resilience. Negi, one of the youngest grandmasters ever, he's got to have it in him too. And you know what? Now's the time to bring it up.
Exactly.
So we are going to take a quick break, and we'll be back with more from the Showdown in St. Louis.
The first time that I think I played Fabiano was at in New York City, and I believe 2003 we played in a game 30 at the Marshall Chess Club.
He was a couple of years older than me. He was already an established player, and I was sort of up and coming.
At that time, I was already a grandmaster, and Fabiano was only about 2300, so I was quite a bit better then. Obviously, he was quite a bit younger as well, so he progressed quite a bit. I think we both have.
A couple of years ago, we both sort of rose to the top of the chess world and started playing each other in top events.
So against Fabiano, I've done quite well, actually. I think I have 5 wins, if I'm not mistaken, and 1 loss. It's 4 or 5 wins at any rate.
Yeah, my record against Hikaru isn't very good. I think in classical chess I have -3 or so. In blitz, my record against him is also not good.
Things can change very quickly. There's some players who I had very bad records against in the past, and I've won a couple games in a row, and it's just all in the dynamics, and things can change very quickly. So even though I have a very good record, obviously one game can change everything and swing the momentum. So it's just very important to keep on trying to play well, and if I do, I think I can keep on, keep scoring very well against Fabiano.
Well, Hikaru is a very interesting player because he likes to play lots of different types of positions. He likes to experiment, and he's always up for a fight.
I think my biggest challenge against Fabiano will be in the rapid. I think it's where we're most evenly balanced. I think I'm probably a big favorite in blitz and a very slight favorite in Bass chess and Fischer random.
Okay, I assume that Hikaru is considered a clear favorite in the blitz, but I still think I have decent chances, and in the rapid, I also think I have pretty good chances. But it really comes down to how we're feeling, how our form is.
So I think rapid chess is probably where we're most even, and it's probably where the games are going to be the hardest fought, too. I think exhibition matches are always a bit more relaxing for starters. It's not that you don't prepare as much, but it makes it a little bit less stressful, and I think when that happens, it's easier to play more interesting chess and more creative chess.
We're playing all kinds of different forms of chess. Different time controls. Basket chess is still a rarity in tournament games.
I think from a spectator standpoint, it's much better to have interesting games, and that's probably the biggest advantage of exhibition matches as opposed to just simply playing classical chess all the time.
But yeah, he's a really strong player, and it's and one of the best in the world, and it's very interesting to play against him.
It's only in the last couple of years that I would say it's become more like a rivalry because we've both reached the upper echelons, and we've both been in the top 5 in the world for some time now.
Day 2 of the Showdown in St. Louis saw the players play Fisher Random, and it was Caruana who drew first blood, winning the first game of the match. But the last laugh went to Hikaru Nakamura after he won the next 2 games and now takes a 1-point lead in the match coming into today. But the next matchup was even more fiery. GM Hou Yifan, after losing 2 games yesterday against Negi, stormed back, winning 3 in a row, dominating the match, and now she has the lead going into day 3. Coming up next, here, the Showdown in St. Louis.
Hello and welcome back to the Showdown in St. Louis. We've got round 2 of the Rapid, and as we saw for the first game of the Rapid, every round in Rapid proves to be topsy-turvy, with the results changing even among such world-class players like Nakamura and Caruana. Nakamura had an edge, Caruana had an edge, and ended up in a draw.
Yeah, but it wasn't just an edge for Hikaru. He had a huge advantage. I thought very close to winning, in fact, and he spoiled it. And he ended up having to defend rook and knight versus rook. So confidence booster, I would say, for Fabi, because Hikaru said it well. He said of all of the different chess variants they're playing, that this was the one that was the most difficult, the rapid chess, for Hikaru. He felt he had a big advantage in the other disciplines. And we'll see how he does it with the black pieces in game 2.
And this is a time control, you guys. It's game 15 with a 10-second increment, so I like to call it rapid. And just because rapid can be as long as game 25.
With 10.
Yeah, exactly. And meanwhile, the blitz chess is going to be super quick. We've got a game 3 with a 2-second increment, so that's going to go at the speed of Maurice talking.
Which is pretty difficult.
That's right. That's pretty fast. And we've got Nakamura and Caruana smiling and laughing. That's nice to see. It's so important because these 2 guys, of course, are number 1 and number 2 on the Olympic team. Although Wesley So, not that far behind.
Right.
But
And, well, as I asked Fabi, he says, well, who's number 1 on who's going to be our Olympic leader? Well, that's what we're finding out in the Showdown in St. Louis, and the clocks have been started.
Clocks have started, that's right, and we've got a Sicilian.
Oh.
Rosalimo. Okay, so
Again.
we saw this in another game.
Rosalimo, knight f3, knight c6, bishop b5. Fabiano's ducking the discussion of an open Sicilian with d4 in the first move. He's played bishop b5.
And
let me get it.
And we have got another Sicilian in the other game, so Sicilian lovers, this is your round.
Well, it's strange. My board isn't updating at the moment, so I do apologize for that.
It seems like the other game
is
this would be between Yifan and no, not yet. Maybe it will go in that direction between Yifan and Negi. So far,
I've got it.
Just so far, just e4, c5, knight f3, d6. So this could steer into a knight orf after d4, but for some reason, Yifan is taking this moment to think.
Perhaps
that's surprising.
And she has played d4, by the way, going into a knight orf. But going back to our game between Hikaru, we have the Rosalimo, bishop b5, d6, takes, and e5.
I thought that this was...
I'm not so familiar with e5 in this exact position.
I've seen this before, but I thought it wasn't much for white.
Captures right away.
Oh, captures right away, knight e5, f6, it looks like Hikaru has played.
Exactly.
With the idea that if a knight takes c6, there's queen d5, but what about queen h5 check?
That's the question. What
this
about
is something
queen
that
h5
clearly
check?
has to be analyzed at home, my friends.
G6 box, only move.
So knight takes g6. You would think that you would think on first glance that this is just wonderful for white because we've just picked up an exchange and a pawn. But Hikaru has something in mind here, or maybe it was in a different position that he had something in mind.
Well, he has played f6, so we do have this position on
So
the
if
board.
F6
White to play. White could play this move, queen h5 check, which everybody wants, and he has played it. g6, only move, knight takes g6.
So is there anything else here is the question?
And the answer is no, because in fact, this is the position that
And so what
has
is this, king
appeared on.
f7 here or something?
I'm not sure. I'm wondering if
Or queen d5.
Queen d5.
Probably queen d5, yeah.
Well, first of all, the knight is hanging, so queen d5 does protect the knight. It introduces the counter threat of queen takes g2, so we'll castle to protect g2. Now the question is, can black trap white's queen, which is definitely an enemy territory, but at the moment, the queen is looking like it's ready to return to h4 and knight c3. Sorry, I don't see it.
What about bishop a6? Can't we play stick bishop a6 in somewhere and then castle queenside?
I don't think so.
You don't think it's going to be
Jen.
enough? You're just going to in-between move me with knight c3.
And guess what? Even if you capture my rook on f1, big deal. I'll bring my queen back. I'm already a pawn up. What am I missing? I'm missing something here, Maurice, and the computer engines are about to tell me what it is.
The engines are shaking their heads just like you are, because it doesn't look like there's anything here. It looks very clear, at the moment anyway, that Nakamura is simply down material. That's it. And that's hard to believe in this position. So we're going to see the mystery get solved somehow after queen to d5, which was played, castles, and now king to f7. And the engines are saying, we're just up a whole 3 points in exchange. And is it a pawn as well? Yes. And your weaknesses. And what? Just make a few moves, knight out, pawn out, bring the bishop into the game. This position is cold-cut winning as far as the engines are concerned. So this is bizarre. Nakamura must have looked at it, though. f6 is not a move you make and allow queen h5 check. Truly, truly mysterious situation on the board right now. If it's some deep analysis, it's going to be amazing. Pure and simple. But he's playing very quickly. He has not gone below 15 minutes as yet. He's at 15:24. That means that he has kept going fast, getting the increments, getting the 10 seconds per move. And Caruana has to be wondering, what is the big deal? What is the big deal? And it looks like Nakamura is trying to remember his analysis. I mean, think about it. If he looks the way he's looking at the board, he's like, I think it's supposed to go like this now. Which means he went into this line on purpose?
Yes, for sure.
But it looks awful. I mean, it really does just look awful as you look at it. It doesn't look like he has any real compensation. The engines are saying any move for white is good. And maybe, can you imagine the preparation, sitting at home looking at this line and preparing it and saying, yeah, you know what, I think maybe we could give up an exchange and a pawn and it's going to be just fine. This is bizarre and amazing. If it's all sound, this would be just total human ingenuity. You could never guess at this variation if you had the white pieces. You could never guess that he would play this line.
Well, he's played the move f5, introducing the idea of knight f6 into the game. But the problem with f5 is it also opens up the h3 square as a retreating option for the queen. So
Because the bishop no longer
exactly.
covers h. But
So knight f6, if we could play knight f6 and remove the pawn on f6 from the board, just make a special move where we get rid of x6 and play knight f6, notice that the queen indeed would be trapped.
Then it would be trapped.
But that is not the case here. So, I mean, knight f6 and queen h3, f4, is that a threat?
No.
Talking about threats is not even the right word. There are no real threats here.
None.
Black, if you look at it, clearly the queen can come out. The queen is going to be free. So just objectively looking at this board, the queen is safe. The question is, what does white have? What does black have that says, I have full compensation for the fact that I've just donated an exchange and I'm still looking at 7 to 6 too? What did you get? I mean, it's amazing. There is the only thing you can look at and really point to is the light square bishop, right? He has the light square bishop, and the other and Nakamura has a light square bishop. White does not. That's it. Aside from that, you can't say great pawn formation. Your pawn formation sucks. Your king position is better. No, your king position is worse. Open files. No open files for the rook. Nope. What do you point to? This just looks bad. I'm gonna go out on a limb and say it's bad for black.
Well, I think
just go stretch.
I think he
Say
must
it's
have
bad for
mixed,
black. This is incredible that this has happened. I think he made a mistake going
mixed
into
up
the line. He
lines.
mixed up
He did.
lines,
Yeah.
and now he's
Clearly
just
did.
in a lost position.
he mixed this up with something similar, probably. Maybe something where there was a queen trap with knight f6.
Yes,
You
I think
know?
so. I think that's what happened. He just like a mistake. We saw him do it in the game yesterday where he played queen d2. Remember he said he played queen d2 instead of queen d3 in that game with, what was that? What was the game? Was it game 1 where he played queen d2 instead of queen d3, queen
In the
d2 instead of
Basque.
queen d3 in the Basque. It was in the Basque, that's right. So all the way back then. And he said if I just played queen d3 it would have been different. Now it looks like one of those, f6, queen h5, one of the most incredible mistakes you'll see on a chessboard from a player of this level. And I think he's just lost. I think he's in
Absolutely.
big trouble, and Fabi is not confused anymore. Looking at this, it's his rightful play should win this game.
No, and he's actually just going for it here, moving his knight into the attack in this roundabout way, capitalizing on the weak g5 square. So he's played a series of moves that might look at first a little strange, but in fact it looks like Nakamura is going to have some trouble now dealing with knight g5 and bishop f4 both flooding into the position.
Actually, he played the top move by the engine. 92 was the engine's top move.
Well, he's played knight e2 and he's routed his knight over to h3, where now these key g5 and f4 squares are now ripe for the taking. And indeed,
knight
he has
g5.
played knight g5 check.
Forcing the king to drop back to keep protection of the knight. And I think at this point, Fabiano is ready to drop his queen back so that in case the knight comes out, he'll have opportunity to trade. Remember, it's not just an exchange, it's an exchange in a pawn. So this is just like overwhelming from a material point of view,
That's
simply
right.
overwhelming for white.
And
And,
the rooks-
after rook to e1, bring the bishop to f4 and bishop to e5 is just one. And
mean, knight
Hikaru is
e6
just
is
looking,
threat.
he's just curled up his lip, and Hikaru is just like,
He's
what have
lost.
I done?
This
What have
position
I
is
done?
completely lost. And
Gross.
look at how disgusted he is.
Yeah,
And that's a
like-
clear indication he cannot
let's-
believe it. This is just one of the worst games you have ever seen him play. And there
And now
goes
we got a
bishop
beautiful
f4.
bishop f4. Well, actually,
Ouch.
even prettier because Nakamura played e5 to prevent bishop f4 and knight e6, but bishop f4 anyway because if takes knight e6, obviously winning the house there with the bishop on g7 intake. So
That's a body
wow.
blow.
Fabiano, I like how Fabiano is not thinking that long. He's just really saying, "You think you're better than me at blitz, but not when you have me play queen h5 check."
Well, this ain't blitz.
I think
Like you
he
said, the
does.
rapid is where he's going to have a chance. This is not blitz, but bishop f4. You can virtually resign. The engines are up at 5-point lead. That's a full rook. For those of us who know rook equals 5 points, this is over.
Well,
this
bishop
is crushing.
rook e5 and bishop e5 are threats here because you can't touch the bishop because of. I mean, I think that would be a threat. No, maybe not. So
I
what's
know
the
what you
threat
wanted.
here?
You
I'm
wanted
trying
to
to,
say
like,
that
take
bishop.
and take
So
on-
you're saying, like, for example, after rook b8.
Let's see, how do we get this?
You were saying, oh well, rook takes e5, bishop takes e5. You saw the mate, but it's so rare to have a bishop on e8 that it's actually not a checkmate on f7.
There's
so.
another threat, guys, coming. Possible queen takes g7 check right now is a nasty threat. Queen takes
That's-
g7. So if rook to b8, queen takes on g7, the engines are pointing out that would just bishop takes e5,
Yikes.
and thank you very
That would be
much.
the end.
And bye-bye, you don't need to play this one again. But it looks like he's instead played bishop f6, right, to deal with the threat, and queen to b7. Ouch. Look at that one. Now the threat of knight h7, mate on
my
the board,
God.
and the rook is hanging in the corner. Time to stop. Call it in. Throw in the
Knight
towel.
h7,
This
yikes.
one's over. This one should be resigned right now. What is a miniature 20 moves? Queen b7. Nakamura should not make another move now, and he will be disgusted with himself for this mistake. Look at that face telling the entire story.
Knight h7.
One of his
mate.
worst games you've ever seen him play. I've not seen
Absolutely.
Nakamura allow this, and it's all from an opening mess up. Somehow he just thought something was right, and
he
instead
took-
he's continuing.
taking the knight that was threatening to play knight h7 mate.
And now
now we
ignoring
can
that,
also
bishop
Takes e5 we can take instead, right? We can just take bishop takes e5.
That's what he did with
Yeah.
the mate threat on g7, the rook hanging on a8, no counterplay at all. This is over. It's just a question of when you resign because it's over. This is just.
It's not hyperbole to say this is the worst game I've seen.
Yeah, I've never seen
Well,
Hikaru
it's a
play
rapid
like
game,
that.
though. To be
It's a
fair,
rapid
Worst any game. I mean, period.
You just don't see.
You
haven't
don't
even
see
seen-
him play like this. He would not play like this in Blitz.
in Bullet.
in Bullet.
There it is.
There it is.
He's
Oh,
resigned.
gosh.
Unbelievable.
And the match is even. After,
Unbelievable loss.
Wow.
I want to know what the reference is for this queen, allowing queen h5 check. It must be some very similar opening where it's allowable and like some kind of twist there.
Well, there's
perhaps maybe with a.
There's a lot of gambits, like the Janos gambit and the Rui Lopez, where you allow this queen h5 check. But in this particular position, just turned out to be awful. Wrong position for the move f7, f6. If Hikaru wanted to play queen d5, which he actually did later, he could have started right away with queen d5 attacking the knight, and if the knight was forced to drop back, then play bishop g4, and we've got
Simple chess.
everything that looks like a reasonable chess game. Instead, this howler f6, a howler move,
Wow.
and then it's just an exchange, and then actually very nice play, because there is a chance that the queen could get kicked around and bad things might happen. But Fabi just played it really well. This whole knight e2, he maneuvered his knight from c3 all the way over to h3, and now suddenly the queen was on the offense. It wasn't just simply a target, and just crushed.
Bishop f4 is nice.
This
Yeah,
was the
very
really
nice.
nice move.
By the
Yeah.
way, if you saw this in a simul, yes, I mean, this is the kind. Honestly, this is the kind of stuff I see in a simul. They'll play f6, and I'll go, you don't know the queen h5 check?
Oh, I'm sorry.
And then the game is over.
Right.
So clearly there was a mix-up. Queen d5 looks like a reasonable move. But f6, he went into some kind of analysis that was not the analysis and caused this to happen to himself. One of the worst games he's ever played in his life, probably for the last 10 years. He will say it himself. And the bad things we're saying now, he'll say even worse about himself. Because even when we compliment him on good play, he says, no, I played a bad game. I don't know what he's going to say about this one. But the good news is we get to look at the other game in
Right.
full right now, and that one is a barn burner. A lot of fun happening in that position. So let's jump right to it.
That's
Okay.
right. And I want to shout out to some of our Twitter followers. Andrew Isbell says, Hikaru was just trying to look weak against the Bishop B5 Sicilian and will bust out his real lines in the London Chess Classic. That's a very creative theory, but Nakamura is a very competitive person. He's not losing the game to look weak.
Exactly.
No way. But thanks for shouting out the London Chess Classic. That is the final stop of the Grand Chess Tour, and we'll be commenting on it. So
Absolutely. So we do have the Najdorf and the English, so-called English attack with bishop e3, e6, g4. Okay, inviting a very complicated game after the move e5. If you want, you can play a Kara's attack as black with the move h6. White now doesn't go for the h4, g5 lines, but rather he goes bishop g2. But after e5, there's now this double attack against the pawn on g4, as well as the knight on d4. So the knight jumps to f5, and you think, oh, this looks really, really good for white, until you see this move h5, undermining the protection of the knight on f5. If you do something, pardon me, let me get that again. If you do something with the g4 pawn, black is ready to snap on e4, and the knight won't have sufficient protection. There we go, g5, knight takes e4, knight takes g7 check, bishop takes g7, knight takes d5. Okay, knight g3,
this is very
E4.
principled Sicilian play right here. In general, when black gets such a big center in the Sicilian, it's good news. But notice white's activity is ample, and that's just kind of like an extreme version of the Sicilian in its essence. That the Sicilian, usually black has a better center, but is behind in development. This
Yes.
is a macro version of that.
It feels like an accelerated version of whatever you try to get in the Sicilian for either side.
Exactly.
We've got a really, really sharp position
So-
on their board, and we do have the move e5, e4. So black is basically inviting white to take this pawn on h5 in return for this pawn on b2. I'm sure Hou Yifan will not give up her b2 pawn, and she defended it with the move
Since
c3.
h5 is probably a goner anyhow.
Right.
And she did take it on the very next move.
And the bishop now has a square, good central square on e5. So from White's point of view, she's a happy camper, right? She's a pawn up. But on the other hand, a little bit discoordinated piece over here on h5. And it comes down to that all-time opening question, favorite opening question. Where are you going to put your king as White, right? I mean, we can very, very easily visualize that Black's intention is just to develop his bishop and going long. It's not going to be so easy for White. White's going to enjoy her extra pawn, but she has to deal with her king position. f4.
Well, she came up with this concept of f4
wow.
to deal with your issues,
Big
Yasser.
question of where you're going to put your king.
Because that forces en passant, right?
Right, because
you can't move the bishop away because then the knight gets to nestle into that gorgeous square.
Exactly. So the play has been very, very forced up to this moment. Takes en passant, queen takes f3.
Which gets us one move closer to castling queenside and also introducing our rook into the action.
So this is just simply looking very good at the moment for White, unless
right.
Black's counterplay gets there quickly. Ooh, castles.
Castles taking advantage of the pin in the situation. So now we got to ask ourselves, can that queen move anywhere nice, and then reinsert
the threat.
Like something like queen a5, I would look at just because it is hitting a2, but is that enough if you just
maybe I play bishop c4 to defend a2, but also to attack
and now
f7.
if I take on e3, you just have checkmate with queen takes f7.
That's right.
So that's inadvisable.
Is that our scholars mate fight? A scholars mating position? I mean, I'm sure you taught that a lot in your career.
Oh, that's
Jen.
right. Yeah, f2 and f7. Watch out.
I was about to say, instead of queen a5, I thought queen c7, but I'm really doubting Black's position, because even if you do win this piece, ooh, you're going to face a world of hurt. I mean, even something as brutal as bishop c4 takes a bishop, even something as brutal as this, with that king still stuck in the center. There's going to be ample compensation, and this is a position for you and Maurice. You love these open Sicilians with sacrifices galore. I'm just saying, I think White's looking real good. I don't know if this is theory or not, but first impression is Black's in trouble.
I think you show something very instructive, though, with your move bishop c4, which just looked crushing, because Negi played bishop to e6 to make sure that didn't occur. Because honestly, that pawn, I think, would just be too difficult to defend after that move in all those lines.
I see. So bishop
e6 was played, and that's got to be a good move. And then, because it also is an attacking and a defensive move, right? In addition to stopping your bishop c4, we're also hitting a2, which is going to come in handy, and we're threatening bishop d5.
Okay.
So it's a super multi-purpose move.
I got to throw it over to Maurice. Are we in theory, Maurice? I know that this is a real sharp line, and it's been played before, but I haven't seen this particular position.
Well, I haven't had time to even research the position, quite honestly, because I've been looking at all these crazy variations that have stemmed from it. The Indians did not like the move e4 in the opening. They thought d4 was better. But right now, there's a critical moment. You see the chaos erupting on the board. It's clearly just wild. Here, believe it or not, the correct move as far as the Indians are concerned was g6. Out of nowhere, this move g6, offering this pawn on g6, and now bishop to d3, amping up the tension in the position, not giving Black a chance to just play fluidly in the game. Of course, bishop g6 check is huge here, and you can't touch the bishop because of the mating problem on this line. Simple moves like bishop to f7, for example. White's ready to take on d4. Now you talked about the opening of the e-file, Yaz. Looks like that's happening there. Crazy chess. It's not completely over, but it's certainly advantage for White. Instead of that, she played the move knight to f6 check. And how many players would, in just half a second, kill that knight on f6? Just bishop takes right away. That was a possibility, but he sat and thought for some time and played the Indians' first move, king to f8. Now, you see a move like that, I mean, to me, that's just like putting red meat in front of a dog. It's just, are you kidding me? The Indians are saying, 0, 0, 0, as in triple zeros, perfect equality. Yeah, right. Come take your equality, and I'll show you something. But this position, it's saying nothing at all for white. All chances. Bishop D2, H4. In fact, the first two moves, H4 and Bishop D2, on the engine's list, if you play Bishop D4, you're worse. Crazy, crazy chess has broken out here.
Wow, and it's gotten even crazier. Look at these last two moves that have been made. It looks like
after King F8, what was
after
played?
King F8, we have takes on D4, and then Negi has ignored the threat to his bishop and just played rook to C8.
Wow.
With the idea that if we take that bishop off, we're going to now make a discovery. And you're. Well, I was also thinking you could just try to take the queen, but yeah.
I was going for mate. Sorry, Jen, you wanted to say knight to D4 check. Was
Yeah,
knight
yeah.
C5
Actually,
check?
knight E5 is
Or
best.
E5, yeah.
Or
according
knight
to the
E5.
engine.
Well, because
This
then
is
you pick up
winning
a
now.
pawn as well.
Rook C takes D4 was a blunder. C takes on D4 was a blunder by Hou Yifan. This position is now winning for black according to the engine.
So why?
Wow.
So let's try to figure out why. So now, what if we just try to play shuttle our king over to B1 and?
Well, remember what we were saying earlier, but it's all about the king position, and
Yeah, no, it's not happy.
I'm just wondering, do you find sanctuary over here?
That is a good question. So this is the opposite version of the Greek gift. Usually we see it over on the other side of the board with the bishop takes H7 check.
That's over.
But the problem is we've got no defenders on the queen side.
None.
Right, we need to stick a knight on C3.
The knight's on F6.
And even then we might be losing because you just play rook takes C3, right?
So so I'm thinking if you go to king B1, you may suffer bishop takes A2 check.
Not may suffer, will suffer.
Will
Bishop
suffer,
A2,
sorry.
A2 is crushing. The game is, she's lost. She took on D4, it was a horrible mistake, now she's lost. Rook to C8, all of black's pieces are attacked. Black's the one attacking. Look at that, can you believe it? A second ago we were thinking about the black king being the more insecure piece on the board, and like I said, there were a couple of moves for white. Bishop F4 was one, Bishop D2 was one. Everything else the engine thought was worse for black. This move, King F8, is simply spectacular. Quiet king move. I'm right in the middle of the gunfire, it looks like, but no problem. The F7 pawn is enough, and in one move, she tried to play calmly and didn't realize Rook C8 was coming, and now that's it. There are no sufficient ideas. In fact, the only move being given is to take on E5, allow this position to happen, knight takes, and then any move, even Bishop C4 is being thrown in there as a move. Bishop C4 actually being considered the best move. At least you're on the queen for the moment. Unfortunately, after knight takes, rook takes, this position is up in exchange. Is it a clear exchange? One pawn. Maybe this is her best line. Maybe this is her best line to try to go for this and hope to survive.
What a sterling play by Negi in this game. I mean, both of these players are really putting him on a show.
They are.
This is
But
an
she
incredible
played
match.
King B1. She played King B1.
Oh, no.
That's
King
going to
B1.
be painful. He just has to find Bishop A2 now.
And he's got 3 times as much time as her as well. Plenty of time. I mean, he's certainly going to see Bishop takes A2. So
Going to see.
Have seen.
He's seen it already for sure.
Yeah, but so I mean, the only reason he wouldn't play it is if he misses something in a variation. So I think that we're going to see 2 really crushing victories. I mean,
yeah, they're really taking the measure of one another, aren't they? And they're dominating each other various games. I don't know exactly why that is. I mean,
let's take a closer look at Bishop takes A2 for those out there. You know, this is one of the most important tactics in chess. Normally we see it on the other side of the board, analyzing what happens on Bishop takes A2 check, King takes A2. We were looking at knight before.
I think I threw in Queen A5 check first. I'm not 100% sure.
And your reason for that was probably that.
Well, after knight B4 check, I was a little bit concerned about a move like King B3, and it wasn't as clean in my view. And I thought that, okay, what you do is you go Queen A5 check. If you go King B3 now, well, I've got the same. I'll get the same setup as I want, which is this knight on B4 and this queen coming to A2. So whether the queen's on A5 coming to A2 or on A4 coming to A2, doesn't matter. There's simply no defense here.
Too bad I can't put something on C4, right?
Right. Well, you can toss in what we call a spike check or two, but that's it. there's nothing else you can do. I'm not going to take the knight. So
We're just one move too late by white. That's the problem.
Right.
I mean, but you know what? That's a Sicilian for you. One
so
move
we
too
think
late.
we think this bishop takes a2 is
And so-
lightning and thunder. End of story. Bishop takes a2.
Yeah, it's the end of the world. I mean, if I try to play king a1, you can just still play queen a5.
Right. And now I've got that same anchor mechanism of protecting the a2 square so that my queen is about to give a checkmate on the a2
And if
square.
bishop d2.
Bishop
Just
d2.
trying
Okay,
to
yes.
grovel
No,
in any
very
way I
good.
can.
No. Groveling
I
is
think
good.
I just have queen a4 though because you have queen a3 check.
That's very
That's the
important.
problem. I mean,
And then at least I'm kicking.
yeah. So let's look for.
Hold on. So you're saying bishop a2, king a1. Okay. Well, maybe I should just play knight b4.
Bishop b3. Bishop b3 looks.
Oh,
that
bishop
looks
b3.
very
Okay.
good. Thank you,
Yeah.
Maurice. That clears the cobwebs completely, right? Because now we've got queen a5 check and mate on a2. So bishop b3. Simple.
By the way, take a look at this line in this position. After king takes a2, queen a5, king b1, I was wondering about your move, Yaz, knight b4 check. This move, knight d7, and I said, well, what if I plug the hole, right? Now you can't mate me as easily until the engine said, wake up, smell the coffee. Now the bishop gets in on the party as well. So pawn takes, and now queen check, king over, and a nice little tidy checkmate. So no way to stop what's coming. Bishop takes and he has played it. Bishop takes a2 check is now on the board. Black is completely winning in all lines. This game is, for all intents and purposes, over. Maybe somehow he'll slip, but I don't think so. And I think that both players, Nakamura and Hou Yifan, will remember this second game in a way that's disgust only. That'll be the emotion. It'll be disgust. It's falling for queen h5. That's a beginner's tactic. You teach your students. And falling for bishop takes a2, another one. It's just like, are you joking? This happened to me. These are world-class grandmasters, and she's not betraying any emotion. She's not Nakamura-esque in showing the disgust on her face, but no doubt she's feeling the embarrassment inside of playing this kind of position and getting hit with bishop takes a2. She played king to a1, and now he just has to find bishop to b3, among other moves, but bishop b3 is the most decisive in this position. Bishop takes up a great position on b3, and then everything else is just money.
That's right, but I think that the key there was missing rook c8. The reason she played king b1 is because she only had 3 minutes in her clock, and she probably didn't really see the idea of sacrificing the queen.
Right.
You know, it's like at that point, it just like things looked really ugly, and she needed more time to save herself. But rook c8, I think, was like really the moment at which things turned around.
Well, think
for
of
her.
the emotional topsy-turvy that Hou Yifan has been feeling in this game. No doubts when she played the move f4, she liked her position. She foresaw en passant captures, queen takes, d4. She foresaw this position and thought, hey, this is really, really good for me. Look at this. You know, I'm a pawn up. I've got my knight coming to f6. I've pinned the pawn on d4. Bishop e6. She probably said to herself, that's the only move. She was looking at bishop c4 and how sweet it is. After bishop e6, she's probably, at this exact moment, her mindset was probably, I'm winning.
But hey, wait, let's get an update from the game because he did not play bishop b3. He played knight to b4. So let's see if that gives her any opportunities here.
Knight b4. I suspect that this is winning as well.
So now,
No, it's not.
No, it's not?
Horrible mistake. Horrible
my
mistake
goodness.
on his part. Oh, sorry. My bad. The engines have changed their minds as well. Queen b7 looked like it had changed things. No, it is, in fact, still there, but it's much less than before. Bishop b3 was a killer, but knight b4 is a move, and she has played the best response. Bishop to d2, trying to create some trickery on the board. But she has definitely, caused some little bit of drama. He has now to find the move. Queen takes d4.
oh, sweet.
He has to play carefully now. He has to play carefully. He's played more brilliantly than before. Bishop b3 was easy, but now he has to play with a little bit of caution and find the right moves. First slip, knight b4. Not a bad move, it turns out. I misspoke. The engines were not calculating deeply enough yet. But at the moment, she's finding ideas. She's finding ideas to defend.
Let's look at some pretty checkmates after Queen D4, though. I want to see. Oh, in the position after Knight B4, Bishop D2.
Knight B4, confusing move, not the best. Bishop D2, best move for white, setting up check, captures, and being able to bring the queen over. Now we're looking at queen takes D4.
By the way, according to the engines, Queen D4 is the only move.
And
there's
so now,
no more move.
God.
Anything else loses for black. That's
Wow.
where he is. Anything else actually loses the game. So black must find Queen D4 right now or lose the game, go down a full piece. That's what the calculations are at the moment.
So if Bishop C3, now we get to play this this pretty idea.
Yes, we learned these checkmating patterns in our basics.
Checkmate. And then if instead, let's take a look at some other lines there. So after Bishop C3, if you take on D4, now we get to checkmate with the rook. So
The old back rank checkmate
nice
pattern.
ones.
So queen takes D4, bishop C. So instead of bishop C3,
Maybe just
we can
Bishop
go.
takes B4 or something.
Well, we can go over. Don't grab your knight and think that you can go knight C2 check, because of course the knight is pinned. So I'm thinking queen A3 may be white's best chance in this position.
And now if we play rook C2.
Well, I'm going to take on B4 with a check.
Yeah, that's true. Okay, and I'm not gonna. Yeah, that's okay. Let's try again. Never mind.
So Negi has made his task much more difficult with the move knight
Can
B4.
we play rook? So if we play, no, you can't really play rook C1. I'm trying to play like something like rook C1 here, but then with the idea that if you take with the rook, we have queen takes D2, but you can just take with the bishop.
You just said it, Jen. You just said it. You should have. Don't even.
Queen takes D2.
Just switch your
first.
move order.
Queen takes D2.
Queen
first.
Queen takes D2 right now, and bye-bye. Mate,
That's
beautiful
the back
finish.
range.
That was the one. By the way, look at this variation, Yaz. I'm going to ask you to
Right.
defend. Just keep on your board. Just
Oh
stay
my
on
God,
your
less than
board.
2 minutes for both players.
Move
Yikes.
instead of queen A3, that's not the best move. Bishop takes B4. Try bishop takes B4.
Okay, queen
Check.
takes B4.
Queen takes, and now knight D7. Knight D7 check. King moves wherever you want to go, and then knight takes E5. And look at this position. Where's the win? Actually, it's still winning with bishop to B3, but your king moves. I think it's G8 or wherever. G8 is the right square, and knight takes E5. Bishop to B3, and now you're still winning because you have queen A4 check coming, but it's totally different. It is totally different now. A completely different win, and that's why he's struggling, and it looks as though he will blow this game. I have a feeling he's got to find queen D4, and he's probably not happy with what he's calculating, and it's the only move.
And he has less than a minute on the clock.
And he's found it,
played
and played quickly, though. Played quickly. He has found the move, and now she has to find bishop takes on B4. That's the key defensive move. She only has 2 minutes, though. This position is crazy, and she did not find it. She played knight to D7 instead. That one I did not see coming or analyze. This one is actually far worse, and he's found king G8. She missed a golden chance, and now all her moves lead to defeat. She missed, sitting there all this time, missed the line with bishop takes B4, her best chance, and now there are no simple moves at all to play. She has nothing easy to play in this position.
Not easy. Of course, knight D7 check was a little cheapo, that if queen D7, there was bishop takes B4 check, and that's why.
She was playing for a trap that simply.
She missed a great chance, and now there are no moves. There's not even a try, actually. There's nothing to do. There's nothing to do. Everything is queen A3 is now knight C2 check, picking off the queen. There are no more tries.
Pity.
Pity for her, yes. He did find the right move, and unfortunately she did not find the stiffest defensive idea, and now she doesn't even have a real move to try. Well, what could we do? There's just
See, the
nothing to do.
problem is that if she captures the bishop on E5, which is threatening to give mate on B2, the simple knight C2 check, king takes A2, that's a second piece sacrifice, queen A4 check. If you drop back with your king, that's a different checkmating
So you'd be
pattern.
compelled to play queen A3, but the body count is not in your favor.
Well, and now...
Besides, you're going to get mated anyway.
Right, and now this rook C2.
Yeah, just I mean, this game was fantastic in terms of those of you watching at home for tactics, especially tactics specific to the Sicilian. It was almost like every move there was a beautiful series of tactical
C4,
ideas.
giving up the bishop on E3, you know, just playing for the initiative. But I really like that. An experienced Sicilian player would have found that move G6. What?
Well, she's made a move. She has made a move. She took on E5.
So we're getting
the line that we just looked at, yeah. So,
and we're expecting now knight C2 check by Negi. He's got a minute on his clock, so he'll just double check his calculations. He found it. It's very straightforward. King takes A2, queen A4 check.
That's resigns.
Now either resigns or queen A3.
That's
right. Resigns. That's got
one or the other.
She did play it. Wow,
A3.
just giving away the queen.
Well, it was better than checkmate, and I guess it's better than resigning.
It's still mate coming some kind of.
Yeah, that's the problem. This is not just a upper queen situation where you
the
can
rook's
fight
hanging
on
D1, by the way, just if you want to count it.
And there we
do
go.
have a handshake. So
wow,
a real clash, a very sharp,
awesome show.
Yeah, very sharp game. Very typical of Sicilians. At first sight, I really thought, oh my goodness, Negi was going to go down to defeat once more. And then he found some really fine moves, and Hou Yifan overlooked the counter
Great game.
attack.
Great,
Very
exciting
nice.
game.
C8.
So
tremendous.
awesome.
He had to come back, though. He was getting steamrolled. I mean,
yes.
4 out of 5 games, he lost 4 of them. 4 out of 5. If he had lost another one, he could just grab the loser's check now and go home.
Right.
But with this win, he has stemmed the bleeding and now only at -1 in the overall match. And he's got to be feeling good about this game. This game showed scintillating play on his part. Great move, rook c8. He did allow the knight b4 mix-up, though. That, I have to say, was a little off. But it's rapid, so anything could happen, especially, as you call it, Jen, rapid. You're not going to find all the super accurate moves at all times. And he still showed his mettle and found the move queen takes d4. And, boy, she missed the chance to make it a little bit more difficult for him. And he just steamrolled. Great match so far.
That was just phenomenal if you take the tactics that were in just that 15-minute game and you could spin
you could write a book about it, right?
You could
like
spin
chapters after chapters.
I love it. I love it. So those of you thinking about playing the Sicilian but you're not sure, you analyze that game by yourself without a hand, write down all the variations. By the time you're done with that, you're ready to play the Sicilian.
You'll have some feeling of the ideas and strategies and tactics for both sides.
Let's take a look at the results after those games. So Caruana's managed to even the score in his mini-match against Nakamura. He's got 1.5 versus half in the rapid, and he got nicked for the full point yesterday in official random, but now he's even.
And Hikaru looks like a real oracle there. He said the rapids was going to be his biggest test.
Who wants to be an oracle of his own demise?
Exactly.
Meanwhile, Yifan still a point ahead against Negi, but Negi has evened out the rapid, and as you said, he's shown that grit and that resilience and ability to pick back up after 4 losses in a row to Yifan.
Exactly.
And we will be back with the third round of this rapid match, and God, you just kind of have to root for more Sicilians.
It's getting more thrilling.
I'm very glad that I could be invited to play here. Actually, I've been following the Single Fair Cup for many times, and of course, this time I could make myself come here. It's a wonderful thing.
I've never been here, but I've seen so many pictures online and videos. I think I know stuff here. I have to look at the King, of course, and the Hall of Fame, and yeah, it should be exciting to see the chess club outside of Facebook pictures.
Yeah, I think the format of this exhibition is unique because we are not playing classical standard games, probably more serious, but probably lack of fun. So what we are doing here include Basque and feature random. It's all, let spectators more enjoy.
I feel a lot of the games in classical chess, the theory part, it really makes the battle the actual battle is often fought at home, or it's not really being seen by the audience. And I think we as players, we are capable of creating a lot more interesting chess. if he could just get away from all that preparation. So hopefully with a format like this, both of us will be able to bring our best creative chess to the board, and that should make it exciting for everyone to watch as well.
And for my opponent Negi, we played several times, I think, from very young age.
I think I've played Hou the first time when I was like 10 or something, so we've played a lot of games over the years. We've been evenly matched, but she's just been getting stronger and stronger.
For my expectation, I just hope that I could show some, some brilliant ideas, just try to enjoy the game.
The last time I played I played a match when I was like 14 or 15 with another strong women grandmaster, Caruana, and I got beat badly in that one. So I look forward to taking my revenge this time.
Hello and welcome back to Showdown in St. Louis. Well, luckily for Nakamura, the saying "you're only as good as your last game" is just a cliche, because that would be a bad situation for him.
Truly his worst game in the last 10 years.
And we've got Nakamura in this position also playing something very similar to what he did in the first game as white. He played b3 and move 1, just trying to kind of get out of theory and...
Well, he started with knight f3 in this third game, and then he combined it with a queenside fianchetto, kingside fianchetto by Fabi, and quickly he did a kingside fianchetto. So something similar, but I'm a little bit surprised by his very, very non-theoretical approach in these rapid games.
Yeah, well, I think, though, in a way, it makes some sense. He feels like the longer the game goes on, the more likely it is to become a bullet game where he has an edge. So that if he plays something kind of more strategic that makes the game last 60 moves, maybe, I mean, so obviously so far his strategy hasn't been working. And both of the rapid games, it's gone kind of poorly for him, right?
That's true.
Yeah, I mean, he ended up struggling for the draw after getting a great position in the first one, and then obviously the second one was just a massive disaster.
Right, opening disaster. And he has just played this move d4, so it's not going to be a Grunfeld defense, so he's kind of tricked Fabiano in a non-Grunfeld way. But after the move e5, which is very common in these situations, d takes e5, knight g4, taking advantage of this pin along the diagonal. Black usually comfortably recaptures this e5 pawn and gets a pretty even game. So e5 is certainly one approach. Let me just see what... he did play e5, by the way, but he took a different way of recapturing the pawn after takes. He did not play my suggested knight g4. He played knight on f6 to d7 instead, bishop g2, and this is the position on the board. On the other game, we have another open Sicilian, and this time the players have reversed seating assignments. We did see this Carrez attack with h6. h4 is the most challenging move, and now e5 by Hou Yifan, and again I think we're going to see a knight f5 variation.
I absolutely love the spirit from Yifan, after getting crushed on the other side, still going for the principled in sharp lines. I can take you down in these melees.
Wow.
I think one key, though, is that last game she gave herself a big disadvantage on the clock. She was way behind.
I didn't pay that much attention because it seemed that, queen takes d4 by Negi in that game too. He was down to 1 minute.
That's true. I think just those last couple moves he spent a lot of time, but leading up to that point he had a big edge on the clock.
I see. I wasn't.
Yeah, it was like
attention.
3 to 9 minutes at some point. But then I think when he slipped a little bit with that slightly inaccurate move night before, he suddenly had to spend like 7 minutes to double check all the variations with queen d4. So that's how it went down. But you know what? That's exactly when he needed the 7 minutes. That's the key. And if Yifan had 7 minutes at that moment where she didn't find her key resource and instead played knight d7 check, that would have done the trick for her. So
Exactly.
playing,
Time management is so key in these rapid games.
especially when you're playing a mainline Sicilian where there's bound to be tactical madness.
Right.
I hear you, Jen, but I also have to think to myself that in that situation, she had a lot of time to think about this idea queen takes d4. While he was thinking, when he played queen d4, it's not like it shocked her. You remember, it's not like she went, oh my God, queen d4, I didn't even see that move. When queen d4 appeared on the board, she instantly played knight d7. And I think that was her preparation. She probably could not find another move while she was sitting there and decided to play this idea to see if he would fall for it. He played very quickly to see if he fell for the trick. And, of course, he was not going to take the knight on d7. That was completely ridiculous. He just moved his king away, and that was the end of that. So I think for her, as far as she's concerned, she should have used her time more wisely there. But maybe she saw bishop takes b4 and thought it lost anyway and didn't want to go down that line. Now they're in this very super sharp line. Let me just jump ahead to that position. They're in this sharp line with the knight on f5. And it's surprising that she's stopping to think here. You know, you walk into this kind of sharp, crazy chess, you probably should be a bit prepared. And here she's stopping to try to remember her analysis as the knight has landed on the f5 square. Injin's giving the move bishop to e6, a6 as another move as well. So surprising that she's here. In this position, looks as though Nakamura has a small edge in this, just spatial edge with the pawn on c4, but nothing much to write home about. I think that Fabiano is going to feel comfortable with the black pieces here.
Thank you, Maurice. I agree that there's not much going on in the Fabiano game at the moment. Still, the opening is evolving. But in that game of Negi and Hou Yifan, this is a really, really sharp line. I know that there's a lot of ideas where black can play moves like d5, for example. The idea is, for example, if you recapture, to play a move like h5 and undermine this knight. There are ideas of h5, as we saw in that previous game with knight takes e4. And the fact that she's spending so much time on a position that's very early, young still, and the lines are so deep.
It's horrible.
Indicates to me that she's just having doubts about her preparation or difficulty recalling what her intended move was. And she has made a move, and I believe she did play bishop e6. After
But that's
what I would describe,
terrible sign.
yeah, a lengthy thing in a sharp theoretical position. So something not going so well at the moment for Hou Yifan. Let me return to the game of Fabiano Caruana and Hikaru Nakamura for a second. So we just did see this move, knight c6. Now I'm expecting castles, getting your king nicely tucked away. And white's idea is as simple as bringing his knight to c3 and quickly anchoring it on the d5 outpost.
Quick shout out to Tammy Hyde, who does the
Yes.
Tech and AV here at the Chess Club and the World Chess Hall of Fame.
On our production team,
That's
doing a
right.
great job.
Yeah, it's her birthday.
Happy birthday.
That's right.
Happy birthday, Tammy.
You know, it's just amazing. The staff here at the Chess Club and the World Chess Hall of Fame, everybody at the chess campus, as we now call it, because we've also got the Kingside Diner.
And throw in the other office just down the street there that Joy Bray stays in.
That's right. I mean, it's just such a relaxed
We're kind
group
of
of workaholics.
expanding.
That's what I love. Like, everybody works so hard, but then it's not like that New York or LA hard work where they got to tell you all the time. It's just like everybody's chill.
Yeah.
It's awesome.
A lot of
This is New York now. Come on.
a lot of good self-motivation going on here, yes. But all right, so this game still evolving, as I mentioned, and after the pause for the move bishop e6, we have seen the move bishop g2, keeping an eye over that d5 square to prevent black from getting in this an important break d6 d5, and after bishop g2 g6, attacking the knight. Now, interestingly enough, it's not like this knight has to go away. There are a lot of games I've seen where white does make sacrifices
But he has retreated. It's e3, kind of clamping down on that d5 square. The funny thing about the Sicilian is oftentimes we see a hyper-tactical battle, but once in a while the tactics merge and take a little turn and become a more positional contest where it's about squares.
Yes,
Like d5 square.
it's a sudden fight for positional strategic outpost. And I just wanted to say that I have seen these types of sacrifices, perhaps not in this specific position, but just an indication. Queen f3, and you say, okay, I challenge you to take my knight. If you take my knight, I've opened up this diagonal, attack this bishop, and if you go back, g5, and it's sort of like this initiative for the piece. And again, if I drive your knight away from the board, then I've got this great outpost, right? So I have seen those very typical sacrifices in this line, but knight e3, very powerful move. I'm not going to call it routine, but it does have a very clear idea of white is angling for the move g5, followed by anchoring on d5. The difference is between this and a Sveshnikov is sometimes, well, oftentimes in a Sveshnikov there's a knight on a3 that's utterly misplaced, and you take like 3 or 4 moves to get it back into the game. In this case, white's done much better, as both knights are centralized.
And Yifan responded rather quickly with knight to c6, so definitely amping up the speed here.
She has to, because she took so long on, what was it, move
That's
5
right.
or 6? Yeah.
On move 8.
On move
and we've
8.
got Grandmaster Maurice Ashley with an update on the live ratings list.
Oh, very good.
Yes, this is 2700chess.com. You can go to it to find all the nuances and details behind the top players in the world. And at the top of the list is Magnus Carlsen at 2850, Nakamura and Caruana at number 5 and 6 on the classic list. But when you go to rapid, you'll see that in rapid chess, again, Carlsen is number 1, Nakamura is number 2, and Caruana number 3, which is why Nakamura says this is a difficult battle for him in rapid chess. Caruana right behind him at number 3. But when you go to blitz chess, Nakamura is number 1 in the world right now at 2884. Carlsen number 2. And you could go down the list and you can't find Fabi anywhere at the bottom of the list. The reason why is the bottom of this list is actually at 2700. But when we go back to see his rating in blitz, I mean, he's a 2665, way down the blitz list. In fact, more than 200 rating points below Nakamura in blitz. So today is really Fabi's chance, and he's got to win maybe another game, go +1, because those 8 games of blitz will decidedly be in Nakamura's favor, at least according to the ratings list. And according to those of us who watch Nakamura play blitz, it's hard fighting this guy. Is a reason why he's number 1 in the world in blitz chess. Incredibly fast, incredibly resourceful. The game we just saw him lose badly, notwithstanding, Nakamura does not make those kinds of mistakes every day, and you probably won't see another one of those for another 10 years. So watch out. As far as Fabi is concerned, there's no reason to get happy. There's no reason for his fans to start being elated at all, because Nakamura is a dangerous beast. And before this game started, he sat at the board for a full 10 minutes by himself as he collected his thoughts. And I don't know what he was thinking, but those could not have been good thoughts for Fabi.
And after this move, Queen c8 in the Nakamura Caruana match, Queen c8, Hikaru is just lashed out with the move f2, f4. And usually a move that you only want to make, it's kind of a bridge-burning move of sorts, is you take a lot of strategic risks that you could easily overpress, and you don't want to get a backward e-pawn. He's done this doubtlessly for very concrete reasons. He wants to drive the knight back. From Black's point of view, Black would love to have some moves in rook e8, knight c5, and then we could see why this move f4 is a strategically risky move, as White could get hamstrung with a backward pawn on the e-file. But f4 let's say, knight back to d7, I think that what Hikaru has in mind is first to chase this bishop onto an awkward square, where that we make this move f4, f5 possible. So a line, either queen check followed by knight c3, or what I wanted to say was some kind of a line that goes like e4, knight c5, g4, where you're angling for this f5 break. So very concrete position. When you play this move f4, you do it with a very clear purpose, and you don't want to miscalculate, because you could easily overreach in the position here.
Now, meanwhile, we see that Yifan.
Hou Yifan and Negi, yeah.
Yeah, so we've got
Let's see what
a couple of
happened.
exchanges in this position, and also some ideas to expand on the king side and get some attacks here by Negi.
So after knight c6, he immediately played the move knight d5. I thought he might first try to preface it with the move g5 just to win control of the square. He did not do that. He went knight d5. Bishop takes d5, knight takes d5. Okay. Normally speaking, when you have a space edge, it's nice to keep as many pieces on the board. So I might have expected him to have played e takes d5. That was not his choice. He took with the knight. Knight takes d5. Now he took with the pawn, knight back. And I suppose if white could play a move, for example, like h5, bishop, g5, bishop to e4, just to clamp down on this square and to do what you can to stop black from playing f5, white would have a very strategically nice game. So that is something that Hou Yifan does not want to fall into a passive position. So at the moment after, let me get an update on the board for a second, pardon me. So after back, interestingly, Negi did not play the move h5. He kept that in reserve. He played bishop e3, a developing move. Not bad. Bishop g7, queen d2.
Preparing to castle, exactly.
Queen d7. Now, this little tickle against the pawn on g4 causes white. I might want to double guess that move queen d2, which just kind of, at the moment the queen on d1 nicely protects this pawn on g4. And again, I think I would have fallen back to the move h5. I really like getting in that move h5.
So you think this is a real threat on the pawn on g4? Like, if we castle,
yes,
black can just take it?
Without question. I think
look.
it's a very clear idea.
I think it's a healthy pawn here.
Well, it's not that it's just a healthy pawn. It's that you're letting this knight suddenly have a square, and the knight's going to look very good on that square. And furthermore, if black ever gets in f5 and e5, his pieces come to life. Keep in mind this queen can, if you try to get a tempo against the queen, for example, bishop h3, the queen can come very nicely over to a4 with a counterattack of its own, and you've snapped off a very important pawn. Is basically
and he has given up that pawn, so that's interesting.
Did.
I was wondering
Remarkable.
if he might preface this all with bishop h3 to start the day, but instead he has played queenside castles, offering this pawn here.
So let's see what he could have in mind. The only thing I can imagine...
f4?
Correct. That's the only thing that would justify his moves, but why do that?
Now with knight f5, bishop h3.
And Hou Yifan captured the pawn, and we have seen the move f4. And now, I can very well imagine that white's getting a strong initiative for the pawn sacrifice, but after the move f4, a key question is, okay, I just snapped the pawn, I'm a pawn up, show me the compensation.
Well,
I'll drop back.
I'd probably start by taking on e5.
Okay, and I'll recapture with the bishop, and thank you that you've opened up this diagonal for me.
That's true, so I can win back my pawn now with bishop takes h6. But
that's right. And we get a position where now maybe I can get some kind of initiative over here on the queen side. Perhaps rook c8, but let me just go over here and park my queen in some kind of menacing situation. So that, again, what I'm seeing is that black's going to have pretty good minor pieces on e5 and f5, and White didn't have to allow anything even close to this, and losing control, I would say.
Maybe after queen b7 we can play bishop h3 instead.
I'm sorry. So after queen goes
That's what
back,
you said, yeah.
now bishop h3, and I'll do the similar thing.
Right. Gaining a tempo again.
Very important tempo. That's very nice pawn. You don't. If black captures that pawn, then suddenly the white king is more than unhappy. You'd have to probably play king b1, and then again look for a justification as to why.
Right, and you can open up the situation too with takes an f4 at your moment, or e4.
Or
but
e4.
Instead, actually, Yifan decided to castle. So instead of retreating the queen, but that's a little surprising because now her queen could end up
castle
in
short, I suppose,
a less enticing position if I play bishop h3 now. Like I liked the queen landing on a4 as you demonstrated in all these variations. Unless she can just snack on another pawn.
As greedy as I am, I think that's a little bit too greedy.
You don't even want that pawn? Oh, man.
When I decline pawns...
it's got to be really, really bad cupcakes if I'm not going to eat it.
Exactly.
Let's put it that way. It's kind of similar, right?
Right. So hold on. But now, having said that, if I don't capture on h4, and I'm not at all pleased with that, where else can I put my queen? If I put my queen on g3, let's try g3 for a moment, Jen. Am I afraid of f5 or not? That's a key question.
Well, can I preface things with just rook g1 also?
Yes, this one, because you don't want to leave the bishop hanging.
But it seems like that's a useful... So here, I'm considering h5 and f5.
Yeah, I just have the feeling that castling and giving up the address of the king was a little bit premature. I would have dropped my queen back there. Okay, we are where we are. How are you handling this? Bishop g2? d5 is hanging, by the way.
Right, okay, so after queen f3 is... Okay, you can play bishop g2.
I guess queen h5.
But
this is murky.
There's a lot of possibilities here.
Maurice, I'm going to turn it over to you. Does the computer think that this was a good pawn sacrifice? I have my doubts.
Actually, the engines do believe that this was a very good sacrifice.
Okay.
Well, very good, maybe overstating it. It feels it's fine, that this is fine for white. The two bishops will speak, the spatial advantage. There is basic equality compensation for white for giving away this pawn and just needs to be solid. That queen retreat you were talking about, Yas, king b1 was the suggested idea. It's just white has space and the bishops, and it looks as though the bishops are potentially effective in this position. So after f4, castles was a move. And bishop h3, the engine's saying queen h5. It's a good home for the queen on h5. Looks like it might be a scary place to be, but here the engine's saying no problem. In fact, instead of that move, Negi has gone for it with the move h5. Hello. Keep it crazy. I think he's starting to feel himself a little bit now that in wild chess he might have the edge instead of keeping it smooth, especially not giving her the initiative. We see what she's like when she has the initiative. She will thump you on the head, like boom. And now it looks like he is saying in rapid chess his strategy is take the initiative at all costs, play a little bit wild, play creative. Don't worry about analyzing too much. I think that is the formula for this stuff. Don't worry about too much precision. As long as you're not lost, if it looks crazy, do it. And his creativity is definitely showing here. I should point out, by the way, that in this position, in this opening, back here in the opening, she had one of her great victories in Tata Steel in her young career. She beat his countryman, Parimarjan Negi. His countryman, Pentala Hari Krishna, she played him in Tata Steel back in 2013, and she won with the black pieces. So a little bit of revenge maybe on the mind for Negi, having played knight f5. In that game, however, she played knight c6, which is the main move. Bishop e6 she played has only been played once, so maybe she's smelled a rat in that position there. Now, we're talking about that. This game is crazy after h5. The other game is also gone nuts. And look at how far down the line they are here. I don't remember where you guys jumped in last.
F4.
I think it was F4, right? Way back here. Look how much action has proceeded since then. After knight d6, c6 and a trade, knight c3, knight e7, e4, f6, and f5 in response to that move, g5 back. and then c5. I mean, wild chess happening in this game. This idea of c5, it looks like takes is on in the position, but the move e5 is on tap. Oh, barn burner you're talking about here. c5, maybe h3 first, and then c5, but I mean, then e5, then rook d8, queen to e3, queen d7, h3, chasing the bishop back, burying it, and then e5, an amazing move, opening up the line for this bishop, also for the knight on e4. The pawn was captured, bishop b7, rook b8, rook a d1. I'm jumping ahead just because we need to catch up with these guys. Bishop f3, rook to b4, a trade, and now rook to d1, and now he played rook to d4. So after all that, the engines are saying edge for white, but wow, lots of crazy moves. You can't blink. And, you know, when we do commentary, we get all these classic games, and you can sort of look around and look at nuances. The moment you do that, 20 moves have been rattled off in the other game. So this is where we are as we stand now, an exciting position indeed in both games as game 3. This is a critical game. The one who wins this will really feel themselves, and Nakamura there trading on the d4 square, and the game continues.
Yeah, I was just looking at rook takes d4, e takes d4, queen d3, pitting the pawn to the queen, and White's idea is very straightforward. Hikaru would like to play knight e2, capture this pawn, and be a very solid pawn up. After queen d3, what happened? Queen to d7. And again, the natural question to ask is, what are we going to do after knight e2? I guess the answer is going to be knight c6.
So he's hoping to maybe get some light square weaknesses here.
And he doesn't lose a pawn because after bishop takes, queen takes, he's got.
Well, you could take the other way, though, right?
Pardon me? I beg your pardon?
At this point, you could take with the queen as well.
Yes.
So after queen takes c6, there's the queen takes d4, but I'm wondering now maybe the light squares offer some compensation after this move.
Queen f3 and bishop.
And so, yeah.
Some compensation?
A lot.
A lot of
because
compensation. I don't think you're going to invite that.
Yeah, you're just winning back. You're just winning back material immediately, right? Because we can't play.
That's true. You're winning back this pawn on h3. No, I don't think this is what Hikaru has in mind. There may be something on with the queenside majority, but no. I think that after queen d7, knight e2, knight c6. Now, having said that, there is this very annoying threat of knight e5 as well as bishop d5. If black is able to maintain his passed pawn on d4, it could very quickly turn from liability to asset.
That's right.
So it has to be very precise here, does Hikaru, and his bad play in the previous game makes his fans nervous.
Well, maybe he'll be okay in the variation after bishop c6, knight c6, knight d4, queen c5, queen e3 with a bunch of threats. Guarding everything? Maurice has some thoughts on the other game. It's blowing up.
Just have to jump in really fast before it happens. It looks like something dramatic, well, at least something important for the match is going on right now. After h5, she played knight to f5, attacking the bishop. Bishop to h3 was played, and now queen takes h5, boldly going along the same line as this rook. And now bishop back to g2, and she played queen g4, only move, and now he's put his bishop back on h3. So it looks as though a repetition may happen on this board, and this game may end in a quiet draw.
I don't think you can say quiet draw. Is that fair?
Well, after all the fireworks the players have given us, I can imagine they want a little bit of a respite. And okay, you know,
like taking. They were both going for it.
No, and especially this double pawn sacrifice. But that was curious to me. So h5 was played, knight jumped out to f5, and the problem for White's point of view is White would love to get in this h takes g6. The problem is knight takes e3, captures a bishop, and forces White to sacrifice a piece, and that was why we saw Negi playing bishop h3, but now queen takes to h5, and for the moment Black's king is beautifully sheltered, a lot of protection for Black's king, and that's why I think we're seeing this repetition, because because Black's king is simply so very well defended. A little discretion is the better part of valor here.
Now, meanwhile, in the other game, we've got a couple of moves updated. So Nakamura, instead of playing knight to e2, has started with a quieter move, king f2, since the pin is still maintained. And now after h5, we imagine he's probably going to play knight e2. And how does that change things, if any? If we look at the same position with the king on f2 instead of on
g1.
Well, maybe black is going to throw in takes on g4, because otherwise we always have the option of taking on h5, right?
I'm not so sure you're worried too much about g takes h5. I think there's knight e5 in the position, Jen, that you've got to keep a careful, watchful eye.
We take on c6 again, like we did before.
Bishop takes,
and
queen
now,
takes.
So before, when we played queen b4, we had to worry about queen f3.
Right.
So now there's no queen f3, but there is queen h1.
Which is equally annoying, unfortunately, for white. This pawn on h3, and there's even checks to be considered. I'm just going to say compensation. I can't believe it's bad for black to have such an active queen with the king exposed.
So let's do knight. So we could do knight d4 again now.
Okay, let's go back a move or two. So we were here, and you were saying knight. Oops, sorry, I apologize. Knight takes d4 here.
Yeah, so knight d4, and you have this queen c5 move.
Which I'll happily play, as it does put the knight in a little awkward pin. You don't have time. You're not able to pardon.
Well, if I play queen e3, though, I'm threatening knight e6 with a pin, and then maybe I'll play knight e6 no matter what.
Okay, so
a bit of uncertainty, by the way, by Nakamura on the last move. We saw him reach for that move and then pull his hand back as though somebody slapped it, and then he looked again, trying to figure out what to do, and now he's finally played this move, queen to e4, and he looks not so sure. You know how clear he is with his emotional state, and there's something going on that he's not too thrilled with, some lack of clarity right now, but he's trying to keep very calm here, but he knows the money time has come. We need to take a look at the clocks as well, as they are now in pure blitz mode. It's 5 minutes left on the clock for him, and now knight e5, and now he snapped the pawn off the board. He is now ahead by one pawn in the position for the moment.
Knight e5, queen takes d4, and again, I will say compensation, but it was much clearer compensation when there was a queen on h1. Now it's not that clear to me. So, for example, if black plays a move like queen b5, obviously avoiding a trade of queens, I've got ideas here. I've got knight c3. This looks like a very nice move. This is an ending, by the way. I would be very happy to play with white because, first of all, the king is much more active. Second of all, these targets on a7 and c7 quite promising for white. So I think the inclusion of this move, king f2, was very crafty by Hikaru. And a nice move, queen e4, boldly pointing out the obvious, by the way, d3, queen takes c6, queen takes e6, bishop takes c6. d2 does not get you a new queen because of knight c3. Maurice.
Big development in the other game. She decided to go for it. Check this out. Let's repeat moves after queen h5, bishop g2. Looked like one of those GM repetitions, and Hou Yifan said, you know what? I don't think so. I'm going to allow my knight to be pinned on the h-file. Even though she is ahead by 2 pawns, she said, I don't care. Even bishop f2 is in the position, by the way. Bishop f2 would be answered by bishop f6. That's sort of a torturous defensive setup that you probably would not play. But the engine's saying this is fine for her as well. She can defend this position, although white has compensation. But take a look at what he did. Knight h4, telling him, I want to win. And he said, well, I want to win too. F5 out of nowhere, throwing this pawn down the board. He's now got pressure on this line as well. Remember, the pin is there forever. He's trying to open up the black king side. She responded quietly with the move g5, very solid, controlling her knight. Now, the only problem is her knight is in a terrible place, and he's played the move rook over to g1. The Indians like to move bishop to e4 right away. By the way, bishop to e4 instead. He's played rook to g1, and she can now play f6. And if this happens, it looks like bishop f2 is going to be coming soon. I don't know, Yaz. F5, G5, Rook HG1, fighting chess on these boards. No draw. And look at the clock. She only has about 30 seconds left, 40, make it 43 now that she's getting increments. Can you believe she avoided the repetition? It's insane. She spent all that time, burned all that clock to just go into an unclear position. That just seems insane, him having the edge. And she looks about as calm as if she was reading a book in the library. I mean, it's like nothing to her right now, despite the fact that she is in horrific time pressure.
Well, you gotta love the heart, but I don't think I love the position. I mean,
she's very brave. She's very brave indeed. I think a lot of grandmasters have been very happy to take the repetition in that particular position, and she's facing some serious challenges. From a positional point of view, White gets to play bishop e4. The two pawns that's been sacrificed, well, they'll probably play dividends. Bishop f2 is very annoying.
Almost all of her pieces, and this is not a fun position to play when you only have 30 seconds on the clock because most of her pieces are pinned or paralyzed.
Yes. So g5, rook g, and what move did she play after rook g1?
She played king h8.
She played king h8, so we're expecting a solid move, let's call it, with bishop e4, just bringing that bishop.
And that is what happened. So Negi played bishop e4.
Stopping e5, e4, protecting this pawn on f5. And White intends to one day, not immediately, but to play bishop f2, double those pawns. And that was why we saw Hou Yifan getting her king out of this potentially open g-file.
And it looks like bishop f6 was played. Is that right? Yeah, I think I see
bishop f6.
I see a bishop f6. Okay.
So this queen and this knight are very awkwardly placed. It's not going to be at all easy
you always have to watch
her.
out for rook h4 with the idea that if queen h4, there's a rook h1, but of course the bishop f2 just calm and collected.
Yeah, just keeping everything frozen on the king side. Now, having said that, it's not like this queen on d2 can go over here too soon because there's queen e2 in the position. So a sharp position. Let's get back to
some weird ideas like bishop f3, queen f3, rook takes h4. Suddenly we're coming in with the mating
on h6.
Yeah. So I mean, there's some weird little cheapos there. So, but all the cheapos are in White's territory. That's the problem for Yifan. Yeah.
Okay, let's go back to our main match. We've got we left it. Oops, I'm still going backwards.
This game, as usual,
position.
the guys have more time on their clock because they played a lot more moves. I mean, that's a pattern we see. So that's why Yifan and Negi are down to just like a minute and half a minute, and we've got almost 8 minutes on this match.
A very big surprise for me was this move, bishop e8 by Fabiano. I thought, okay, we got the same ending where he's a pawn down. I thought it was very important for him to get an active queen e1 with the idea of queen f1 and picking up this pawn on h3. He didn't do that. He played bishop e8, king f2. Lots of moves have been played, so I'm playing catch-up with the players. Bishop c6, knight e2, and now very nice, comfortable extra pawn for White. Strong bishop on d5. It's not all on one goal, but it sure looks like Hikaru's done very well and has a promising advantage.
Can you make up for yesterday, for earlier debacle? So meanwhile, we gotta switch back over to Yifan Negi because this position is very exciting, and they both have only about 30 seconds left on their clock.
Oh my goodness!
Negi's burned up a lot of time in this exact position, even though he only plays the most natural move, bishop f2. You got to think he could have maybe pounded that out. Yes, pounded that one out a bit faster. And now we see rook g8 from Yifan, and I somehow want to try to attack that queen on h5. I was mentioning earlier I was going to try to play bishop f3 at the right moment, thinking that if queen f3 I have rook h4. One of the problems with that little tactic is that there's also knight takes f3 available because my queen is hanging on d2.
So we have seen this tucking the king in, king b1, rook g7. Boy, I think Hou Yifan doesn't realize what's actually happened here. These pieces, this queen on h5 and this knight on f4, are totally frozen, and she's clearly playing for rook g7, rook g8, and one day to play g4. I think she's about to discover that after a move like queen e1, there's simply no play, any further play whatsoever on the king side.
And that queen is not deliciously placed either. I mean, if
Big
he just
developments,
attack that bishop.
Guys,
Yes.
the clock is ticking down, and he has to find a move. He will. He played queen e1, but look at the other game, because that one's flying as well. Lots of moves played there, and now it looks as though he took a pawn, did Nakamura, but queen takes c5. Now the c pawn is gone from the board. The engine's saying that the position is currently fine for black. Well, slight edge for white still, despite the pawn advantage in that position. So that one is very interesting, but Nakamura has more time. We've got to get back to the other game.
That's right. So
A4.
queen b4. So they're playing on
A4.
increment.
But I think both games are playing on increment.
No, the other game has
I'm
a lot
sorry.
more, has a lot of time.
Okay.
Got like 5. Well, a lot being a relative term.
Oh
5
my
and 2
gosh.
minutes. These guys are literally playing on increment here.
She's just blundered. She's just blundered. Queen takes d6.
Queen
And
takes.
queen take, well, he went queen b4, sorry, Maurice, queen b4, a6, queen b4, queen e2. This
Desperate
was
to get active.
Exactly, and then queen takes d6, and give me the pawn, and give me your bishop on f6 has been played. Queen takes e4.
And now he played rook takes h4. So
Bam! Rook takes h4. This was the tactic that you wanted, Jen, with the idea that after takes, queen takes f6, and g takes h4, queen takes f6 has been played, rook g8 has been played, and now Negi has at least a perpetual if he wants it.
Perpetual.
And
Forget
probably
about
a
the
lot
perpetual.
more.
No, this one is over. This one is just simple tactics. Rip the pawn off,
Which
first
he
of
has
all,
done.
and then go
Queen
back
takes
with
it.
check. And then it's going to be his dark square bishop coming into the game. Probably.
This has happened. This has
Yes,
happened.
this has happened. And I think bishop h4 is not winning right now. Oh, and d6 will come as well. What would you do? A d6 king h7 is the only idea for her to be able to play king h7 to unpin. So we have to respect that idea.
Queen
He's
h6 check,
repeated moves
gaining time,
just to catch up.
gaining time on the clock.
he can do one more time, since the last time there was actually a pawn there. So he can play one more, right, without it being 3 moves. But now
Well-
he's got to play a different move if he wants to continue the game. But
Exactly.
boy, it's not easy with just 10 seconds left on the clock. Is he going to show
Well,
the
it's
same?
time to play a4 or something. Oh, d6.
And
He
D6
has reached
has been
for.
played.
So he is definitely playing for the win
Well,
now.
what heart both players are showing in
But
this
that
game.
move does not work, unfortunately, because
King
of king
h7,
h7,
which was
we
played
had talked
instantly.
about this. King h7. Actually, the winning move was bishop e3, almost impossible to spot in this time pressure. But now it looks like she has saved herself. She is back in the game.
Rook
King
E1
h7,
has been
rook.
played and not D1.
I apologize. Rook
But still,
e1.
I mean, still
Rook
you
E1
gotta
looks like-
say that there's almost always going to be minimum some kind of perpetual or idea for white. It's hard. I understand Negi's just trying to make some moves and show the power of his pieces here.
Well, I'm guessing bishop. Well, no, bishop d6. I'm not. Ooh, what has he done? Ooh, rook h1,
Jesus.
and he
And-
overlooked
and
a back-ranked mate.
Rook
Rook
H1, rook
Back-ranked
E1.
mate. Unbelievable.
Oh, no.
Ouch.
Rook h1. He thought he was just winning because he was going to pick up this pawn with check. But look at this.
Rook
I said he needed to
E1.
just throw in a4 or a3 or any kind of move
You
to
even
give.
thought he did at some point.
I did, and then suddenly comes this check, and oops, he has resigned the game, overlooking that there's a very brutal back-rank checkmate.
She didn't take too long to see that. She played that in like a millisecond.
Yeah, she was ready.
She's ready. That's
When you
that-
double your rooks on the G file in those situations, you're
The
looking
tragedy,
for rook G1.
the tragedy of it all, by the way, is that after rook e1, queen f4 is a mistake on her part. She should have played rook g1 right away. Talk about a spectacular move. Rook g1 would have forced him to perpet with queen f7. That's the only thing he could have done here. But instead, after queen f4, he could have just sorry, with all the time pressure, it's hard to say, but he could have gone for this line. And this one is overwhelming because of this pawn. This would have been a tremendous position for him. Too bad it did not work, and now he has lost the game. A devastating loss for him. I don't see him recovering from that one. That's terrible. But now we have to jump to the other game, the Nakamura game, where Nakamura has a passed outside pawn, an outside pass pawn, but the bishop on e2 is harassing that pawn on g4. Is it enough to win? The engine's not giving that dramatic an edge for white, not even giving a pawn edge, which means that normally this will be compensation. So this one still in the balance.
Wow, awesome performance by both players in that game, in my opinion. I mean, sure, they both got short on time, and they both made mistakes, but a lot of heart. I mean, the thing is, the quality is obviously going to be overall lower when you play a Sicilian, because it requires more from both players.
Yes, there's a lot more stress. The tension in the position, you have to be so precise. Almost every single move can flip the advantage to the other side.
You're squeezing a lot more drama into 15 minutes than you would be if you played a quiet line where you exchange queens, and the opportunity to blunders are smaller.
Right.
But let's head back to Nakamura Caruana and see if anything interesting is going on there.
The problem for white is that his pieces are tied to the defense of this pawn on g4, and it's not easy for white's king to come over and release the knight from the defense of the pawn on g4. And in the meanwhile, you can use this pawn on a5 as a decoy to try to get your king to e6. But Fabiano is going to stop that, I believe, with the move bishop f3. Let me just get up to date with the players. I do believe a4 is the last move. Okay, so no, bishop f3 has been played. So now here's the question. How do I get this so that I get to go king c5 to d6? I don't know. I was thinking a5. Let me just put on the board what I was thinking of playing. It was something of this type. If I can use my a pawn as a decoy and to get my king to d6 and either e6 and pick up these pawns. If I do that, I win.
Yes, he's got to play bishop e2 right now. Bishop e2, and he's still okay. Engine saying that any other move other than bishop e2 is fatal.
Exactly.
You must play bishop e2 right now, and you're still fine. But white is in some kind of semi-zugzwang. He can't really improve the position, and he has found it. The only move on the board, bishop to e2, white's knight cannot move, white's pawn cannot advance. That means the king will have to cede ground in the center and allow black's king to come up. So this move, bishop e2, looks like the saving grace. King to c3 will be answered by king to c5, and it looks like he's fine.
All right, let me just double check on that. I definitely agree that bishop e2 was the only move, because if the king had gone after the a pawn, then there was a path to the f6 pawn. But king, if I go king e2, king d2, questioning the bishop on e2, I'm supposing the bishop will maintain its vigilant attack on the pawn on g4. I guess I've got to go all the way back like this, but then I eventually will be able to pick up the a pawn without having lost my f6 pawn. So it looks like a draw.
It is a draw. It looks like every move leads to a draw right now. Nakamura is going to have to go in trickster mode to try to get his opponent to make a mistake, but it doesn't.
And what is the times?
We've got about 30. Mode? Yeah, I mean, well, Nakamura's always got a trickster.
So he's always in trickster.
Hey, that's a compliment, by the way. Yeah. You play chess in Brooklyn in the parks, man. You got nothing left in the position. You've got to find some kind of trick, and that's where he is right now. He's looking for something, saying, is there something I can do to bother this guy that he might slip up and make a mistake? And we saw it happen just now with Negi against Hou Yifan. She took a lost position, turned it into a win off one little trick, queen f4, and he dropped rook g1. So, hey, it's a possibility when you're playing this kind of rapid chess. You need it. You need something. But I know you can look at him and tell that he's not too confident about the position. But somehow he has managed to pick off the f6 pawn. And now
he did play a6, by the way. Bishop takes a6, knight came to d5, and bishop swooped back to e2. Knight takes f6, and king, I believe, went to d6.
To d6, it's still a draw. It's definitely a draw now. That king just blocking the white king from entering the position, and the knight, unfortunately, has to guard the g-pawn.
That's right. And when we play king e7, it'll result in some simplifications.
Knight e4 check, and now the knight comes back to defend, but this shouldn't last long.
Knight e4 check, king came back to e7,
king
and
e7,
then knight f2,
Well, now king f6
king
threatening
F6.
the simplification. Bishop takes g4.
And king e4.
So
Yes.
king e4.
A little bit of a zugzwang right now because black has to move. It looks like black has to move the bishop somewhere.
Wait a minute. This looks like this could get interesting.
No, just bishop. Apparently, just bishop back. Lots of moves actually, surprisingly. But bishop back. Let's say to a6, for example, should be just fine. It doesn't look as though there are any moves here.
And then king e3 to menace knight e4.
King
e5, knight e4, bishop bishop c8 to
with
capture
the
on
threat,
f5.
big time threat of trading off.
Right, that's for a minute there. It looked like the trickster
Almost
mode
danger.
almost had it, but bishop c8 to sacrifice the
And he
bishop.
did find bishop a6, and there goes the maneuver that you're talking about. Yes, bishop b7 check to chase the king away. The white king cannot venture away from those pawns.
Exactly.
I think Fabi's got this completely under control. He knows exactly what's going on. This game should be a draw, but again, it's those ghosts you want. You want to create ghosts. As many ghosts did his hand look like Nakamura's hand extended momentarily there, looking for a move.
And again, I don't see the times of the players very well.
They've got a
1:46 to 36.
Yeah.
1 minute and 40 seconds. That's plenty of time for Hikaru. My goodness, the greatest bullet player ever has a minute and 30 seconds. He's fine.
That's like having 2 years.
2 years for
With no, sorry, it's not bullet. It's plus increment.
Plus
so
increment.
what? Are you kidding?
No.
There's not a chance. Now he's just retreated.
King
The king.
F3.
King's
We're
found.
anticipating king e5.
He did play king e5.
Right. Now I think the danger is past. Once you play knight h3, this whole bishop c8 or bishop d3 for that matter, and just simply capturing this pawn, that will be dead. Dead draw.
It looks like Zugzwang, as a matter of fact. Where is he? What is he going to do? He just brought his knight backwards.
To d1, knight to d1.
What is that?
He's trying to prevent this attack, the sacrifice, but with this active king, no way.
Well, what about a check right now?
Exactly.
Doesn't a check on b7? Well, he's actually played the piece there and checked him, chased him over, and now it's definitely a draw.
Yes.
Yeah, now his knight cannot move. His king has to guard against king f4, it looks like. Actually, he might be able to get the pawn to f6 if you're not careful.
So,
Bishop d3 was the next move.
yeah, bishop d3, just marking time. I don't see what.
King h3.
King to h3. Where are you going?
He's just making moves. He's just
Where are
making
you
moves.
going?
He wants anything to happen. Just wants to see what are you going to do next. But
Oh my
seriously,
he'll just move his bishop to e4.
yeah, bishop e4 looks like a very good choice.
A very good choice indeed. I think everybody would do that, and I don't know if Hikaru's trying to triangulate or something. I just don't see why it makes a difference.
So bishop e2 instead.
Sorry,
That
so
draws
after
too.
king
Just about
e3,
everything draws here.
Bishop e2 was played?
Right.
Okay.
So
No.
King f6 was also possible, by the way, just keeping an eye on the pawn because the white king is now. The white king went from the middle of the board to h3. Think about that journey. It's certainly not going to do anything, and I think Nakamura is recognizing now that he's got nothing. Caruana, by the way, remember that first game? He drew the first game by torturing Nakamura. Remember that? We said, let's get a little bit in his head, the little psychology, work his brain a little bit, and then he won the second game, and now he's saying, yeah, you had an edge, but no big deal. Now I'm able to draw again. So certainly he's got to be feeling a bit confident. As much as Nakamura wants to flip this around and torture him, it's not enough torture here. He's just too comfortable, and he knows it. Look at that. King now onto the f4 square, allowing the f-pawn to go down the board one step, but I don't think it's going to want to go there.
I had wanted to ask, is f6 such a frightening move? And the simple answer is no, it's not. After bishop g6, the king is threatening to come back to e5. to round up that pawn. And if you go knight here, sure, you can win the bishop, but that's what black wants to do anyway.
It's a draw now, guys.
And it looks like
There
that's happening. In fact, we are getting one of these lines on the board.
I see. And boy, are the players...
And a draw.
And a draw.
Nakamura just immediately flees the scene. I think he was really psychologically wanting to win into this game to erase the memory of game 2. And that was only like a semi-erasure. You really wanted to like completely forget about that game.
Yeah, the horrible game. Yes.
But he has one more chance.
He does indeed.
With the black pieces, though.
Yes.
And Fabiano looks confident. Did you see the relaxation in his body, the way he was just playing? Like, come on, dude, you know this is a draw, no big deal. And I think he's got, you know, I hate using the word momentum too much because it's one of those things that it just flips instantly, and then we're saying momentum for the other guy. But he just looks so much more relaxed right now. Very confident, happy to have tied up the match, and now he gets the white pieces going to the next game.
Exactly.
Well, let's take a look and see the results that 3 runs of Rapid had shown us. Well, Nakamura's got 1 point in the Rapid, and Caruana has 2. Naka was a point ahead in the match before the Rapid, so it's not tied.
The match is tied. However, in the other match,
it's been a lot of fun, but even more fun for Hou Yifan, who leads 2-1 and was also a point ahead in the overall match. So now leads by 2 points. And this will be a fun game if we judge by their previous ones. They've been real exciting games. Sicilian,
decisive games.
Except for the first one, not as exciting, but the last couple have just been brilliant.
Right, and poor Negi in that last game, he will really rue the moment that he allowed that rook g1, because he really played a fine game and was sacrificing pawns and had built up a very beautiful. And the moment he played rook h4, I'm sure he just thought, okay, sign the score sheet, the game's over.
Right.
And Hou Yifan uncorked rook g1.
Well, kudos to her for fighting till the end. That's what you got to do, especially in Rapid and Blitz. So we are going to be back from St. Louis Showdown for the last game in the Rapid battle.
Wonderful.
So we're going to have a tandem chess match today. It's not the most common type of chess, but Rex is pretty experienced at this. Basically, there's a 2 versus 2 match where one side, playing the white pieces, will be playing alternatively. So Rex will play one move, then Fabiano will play the next one, and then it goes back to Rex. Same with the black pieces. Now, the interesting part is that the partners cannot actually talk about chess with each other. So the team is only as strong as its weakest link.
It's not quite as good, but it's not the end of the world.
The conversation around baseball managing is thinking so many steps ahead, and you guys are so many moves ahead, and that you've already memorized so many different strategies. It's mastering a craft. Grandmaster's a great name for it, and it's just something that I have a great deal of respect for.
We'd like to recognize a very special guest that is with us this evening. James Vernon, a retiree and Army veteran, was leading a chess class with 16 children in attendance. Class was interrupted when a young, knife-wielding fellow entered the room and made his intention that he intended to take some lives. He distracted the man, told the kids to run to safety, and they all made it out safely. The knife-wielding man tried to attack Mr. Vernon, but his Army skills kicked in and he held him off. And although he suffered some lacerations, he subdued the man and held him for the authorities. Mr. Vernon, you are truly one of the toughest chess teachers I've had the pleasure of meeting.
When something must be done, risk injury, do it. Thank you all very much.
blitz really is.
And welcome back to
Round 4 of the Rapids. And boy, the players blitzing between Hikaru Nakamura and Fabiano Caruana. It looks like it's an e4 French, e4, e6, d4, d5, knight c3, knight f6, e5, knight d7, f4. So a mainline Steinitz. And let me see if I'm up to date with the players yet.
We've seen a lot of endgames in Caruana and Nakamura, by the way. So this more closed treatment, maybe it's going to be the first one that we're going to see more of a middle game.
More of a middle game.
Yeah.
We've been seeing lots of exciting middle games in the other match between Hou Yifan and Negi. But you're right, a lot of endgames here, not much in the way of scintillating middle game attacks.
Still exciting endgames and imbalances, but not the slashers that we've been seeing in Yifan Negi. Now, speaking of that match, we've seen many Sicilians, but instead of going for the open Sicilian in which she...
with knight f3 and knight takes d4.
Well, Negi got the better hand in the best game of the match so far, I think, from either match.
Right,
I mean, that
with
was
the
beautiful.
bishop a2 check sacrifice.
Lovely,
Yeah,
right? I
indeed.
mean, and the rook c8 move. So she decided to not repeat that. Of course, she wouldn't want to repeat the whole game, but she went for queen takes d4, which also leads to some nice attacking chances for white, but with very little theory.
Yeah.
In comparison to knight d4.
I'm sorry, I just was stalled there because I'm trying to think. Usually they have the inclusions of knight f3 and knight f6 in.
Right.
And I'm wondering who does it favor that knight f6 and knight f3 are not in the position. I'm thinking that maybe it favors black because of knight c6, and the usual move is bishop b5. But in this case, e6, and maybe the knight can swing over here to e7 and play for a6 and try to win the two bishops in a very nice way. Well, let's just catch up to date.
I was thinking something else, actually, that perhaps it was good for black because normally white likes to play with c4 against some of black's moves, like a6 and bishop d7.
And you've already committed. That's
Whereas
right.
now we've already played knight c3, so maybe just a6 or bishop d7 as well. But it doesn't look like that's what Negi chose. In fact, he chose to take it along the mainstream waters, as mainstream as queen takes d4 is going to get.
With bishop d7, provoking bishop takes c6, bishop takes c6, knight f3, e6, and now bishop g5, I would imagine, is the standard move, which Hou Yifan has played.
And now let's take a look at where these players stand after 3 rounds of a rapid. Well, in Basque chess, Yifan lost 0-2, but she rebounded in a major way in Fischer Random, earning 3.5 points out of a possible 4. And in rapid chess, she's ahead of the game as well, with 2 out of 3. So Negi really in the defensive here. He's got 3.5 against Yifan's 5.5. And he's going to have to show some massive skills in this game and also tomorrow in the Blitz, where they play 8 games. Caruana, meanwhile, who many thought was, I think pretty much everyone thought was the underdog in this match.
Yes.
Not because so much of the rapid, but because of the other matches, the Fischer Random and the Blitz. And so he can be pretty pleased so far with his even score. And he's also shown to be very confident when defending worse positions. And that's an important skill to have against Nakamura, who really likes to pounce on you when you show fear.
Exactly. And also a big confidence builder for Fabi to be leading in the rapid chess, which is the closest, if you will, to classical. And Hikaru said that in rapid he didn't feel like he had such a big edge as he has in the other formats. And let's just see what has happened in that French defense game. So after a6, follow it with b5, castles, queen b6, trades on c5, bishop c5, knight c5. And the normal routine play, I would say, for white here is to play the move king h1. And essentially what white is really hoping is that black is going to castle his king over on the king side so that white gets to play these moves f5 and tries to play for a king side attack with the move f6. So for example, one horrible way of losing, if you want to lose, is to take the knight.
Hello, dark squares.
Hello, dark squares. And check. Mate is inevitable. These guys obviously will not fall for that, but I'm just saying this is what white aims for. Another idea for white is to take command of the d4 square, is to swing the knight back to e2 and swing the knight to d4 and just blockade black's pawn on d5.
Now, white has actually already played the move queen f2, and Nakamura, true to the match, has offered a trade of queens with knight d7. But in this instance, what do you think? I mean, we're pinned, so we can't actually move our queen at this moment.
Right.
So
I'm a little disappointed with the move queen f2. I suppose that he's going to fall back on the positional plan of just going and controlling the d4 square. So, for example, knight e2, queen f2, not that that's forced, by the way, rook f2, king e7, bishop b7, knight b6. Not 100% sure what black should do, but let me just choose one of them. And I do prefer white's position. This knight on d4 is really quite a beast, and it makes it very difficult for black to activate his pieces, especially the bishop on c8.
But wouldn't we prefer to have all these positional trumps and a kingside attack if we could actually have our queens on the board?
That's right. I would.
Because Nakamura,
I'm greedy. I'd like to have it all and to keep the initiative with having the queens, yes.
Because against such a strong player as Nakamura, you're going to need more than a pretty knight on d4 to win the game. That's the problem. That's the start of it. But Nakamura is going to be likely to hold if that's all you have to write home about.
Exactly. But on the other hand, again, I think it would be a real confidence booster for Fabiano to win this particular discipline in this showdown in St. Louis of rapid chess. He'll be chuffed. Chuffed.
That's a word.
A British word, with such a victory.
And king e7 was what Nakamura played in this position. Instead of taking an f2 right away, he just played the move king e7.
No way. Are you sure? With the queens on the board, he played king e7?
But that allows
knight d4.
No, but knight e2 didn't happen.
Oh, geez.
Yeah, that's a problem.
I was about to say, hold on, you're allowing white to keep queens? No. So knight c5.
So after knight d7, it looks like Fabi played a3.
A2, a3. Okay, and that precipitated king e7. Wow, a3.
No, of course, yeah, after knight e2, king e7,
knight d4 is like splat, right?
That's horrible.
End of story, you know. It's
so instead...
queen takes b6, trade has been done. Knight takes b6.
And now knight e2 to occupy the square.
Knight e2. Well, I'm not 100% sure why Fabi felt it was necessary to trade queens and activate black's knight. Black's knight on b6 may not be that great, but it's better on b6 than it is on d7. And I'm going to take us over to Maurice Ashley on the other game.
Yes, let's take a look at this game. I've pulled out the database to see the opening, the way it went. And the line, of course, we talked about c takes d4, queen takes d4. Not the most common way to play the opening. As you know, knight f3 and knight takes d4 is normal. Knight c6, bishop to b5, bishop d7 takes, knight f3, now e6, and now bishop to g5. White plays pure piece play here, quickly bringing pieces into the game, but after knight f6, castles, bishop to e7, and now this move, queen d3. It is a move in this position. In this case, if I go to the online database, it shows that rook he1 is the big move here. This move, bringing the rook over to the middle, most natural move. Anybody would play that move, most players. But queen to d3, getting the queen from in the middle of the board, preparing to bring a knight to d4, a more specific idea in the position to challenge this bishop's presence on the c6 square. Negi thought for a moment here, spent a bit of time before he finally played the move queen to b6. Now this move, if I go again to the database, just again the online database here, queen b6 is not the most common move. The most common move is queen a5. Remember, the idea is knight d4, right? If you put the queen on a5, you're aggressing the bishop on the g5 square. Queen b6 does nothing to deal with this idea of knight to d4. So in this position, knight to d4 can be played. So this one much less common. It has been played many times, but much less common than the queen a5 move, which is the big main line. So let's see whether or not this is imprecise, allowing her to get what she wants. I'm going to jump to the main board now. And after queen b6, she actually hasn't moved as yet. She might have anticipated queen a5, but now with this move surprising her, knight d4 is possible. But actually, the pawn's being hit on f2, so she played rook h to f1, guarding that pawn, and now it's back to the story of knight to d4. Let's see if his move queen b6 really matters and changes the position any. Guys?
Thank you, Maurice. And in our game, our fourth round game, we can see that Fabiano is nursing this knight coming to d4. What he wants to do is really have that knight alone, like you can't touch it, so to speak. So one of the things that Hikaru has to be careful about is that this knight on b6 just doesn't end up getting becoming a bit of a spectator, not playing a role. A common tactic in these positions is this move knight c4. The idea is that after, well, let's start with if you capture, black is happy to initiate this trade of knight for bishop as the white bishop is trapped. And if you go knight d4, pardon me, then knight c6, and the big fight, a big battle over the d4 square takes place. The knight on b6 is just a little bit misplaced. Also, this knight can, maybe in not such a fancy way, can also contest for the c6 square by knight c8 to a7. Having said that, if you're black and you say, well, I don't want to just sit there and passively defend, but I want to do something that's really aggressive and active, one of the things that black could try to do is play moves like h6, bring his rook over to g8, I'll eventually get there, and play for g5. It's a very sharp idea that I remember Alexander Chernin and Evgeny Baryev, big French defense players, playing it on black side. And Maurice.
Just a small tactic worth noting, by the way. You might ask the question, well, if queen a5 was meant to stop this knight d4 idea right away, then queen b6 didn't do it, because you can still play knight to d4, at least so it seems. However, the problem is there's a tactic in this position beginning. Bishop takes on e4 out of nowhere, and now you wonder, well, what's going on? Well, after knight takes on e4, and the bishop on g5 is hanging to the bishop on e7. Well, you might want to solve this problem here. Problem is, knight takes f2 intermezzo before taking on e7, and now suddenly this is hanging, and all three of white's majors are also hanging, and there's no real good move here, because if something like queen to g3, knight takes on d1, threatening b2 as well, the queen threatening on b2, the knight on d4 is hanging, and white is in trouble in this line. Black is completely winning, so that's why queen b6 also plays prophylaxis against the move knight to d4, which is why the move rook to f1 happened, and now he has played the move rook to c8. The last time he played rook c8, he blew her off the board. So a very active player is Negi with the Sicilian. We've got to be impressed by the way he's handling these Sicilians. Last game notwithstanding, he played it very well up until getting himself in time pressure and losing to a blunder. But still, he looks like a natural Sicilian player. It's just totally in his fingertips to play these games.
Thank you, Maurice. And true to his style, Hikaru wasn't interested in just trying to keep the position of fight over the d4 square, and he played the active move f7, f6. You have to be careful. In principle, black's king looks really snug and fine in the middle of the board, king e7, he's not being bothered by anybody. But after a move like f6, sometimes things can really open up in the center of the board. But f6, knight d4, knight takes d4. For example, a very bad positional blunder would have been f takes e5, when suddenly there's knight takes e6, bishop takes a6, knight takes e5, and we can see that white is fully prepared to play f5 and blow up the central files, and then the king could find itself in deep trouble on e7. That was why Hikaru was first very careful to play knight takes d4, knight takes d4, and now trade, and we have this position, and let me see if I'm up to date. Am I up to date? I thought he played bishop e8.
Bishop e8 has been played, yeah.
Right.
So rook takes f1, rook takes f1, bishop e8,
So,
stopping.
First of all, h7, h6, right? So that you can move the rook without worrying about this pawn on h7.
And now king f2, rook h, f8, king e3.
King e3, bringing our king to the center of the board.
Now a rook exchange followed by bishop e8 to stop the type of idea like bishop g6, invading.
And also setting up for knight d7. So I would assume a move like g4 in order to meet knight d7 with knight f3. In this case, I don't have to worry
Well, you have a knight
about
c6.
bishop h5.
You have knight c6.
Mate.
Yeah.
Better still. And much better is knight c6. And that's
That is
actually
kind of a
very
surprising mate, right?
I didn't see it coming, not one bit.
Well, we've had some weird mates. Remember knight h7 in analysis with the queen on b7 in the game where Hikaru blundered.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah,
that was terrible. Oh, gosh.
That's pretty funny.
Oh, that was so painful. Okay, so at the moment, I really like White's position because, frankly, all of his pieces have a little bit more scope, more potency, you might say, in the position, and it's
Now
not that clear.
We see an interesting move by Caruana. He's played the move bishop h7
Whoa.
to target the e6 pawn from behind.
Bishop e7, bishop h7 in order to play bishop. Wow, it looks like a strange invasion.
And knight c7 still not allowed because of knight c6, or not advised.
Or not ill-advised.
Unless Nakamura really wants to play a worse game than he did in the second game.
That is true. So, okay, so to meet bishop g8 threat, if I have to play bishop here, then this check could become actually pretty gruesome. The king
Because the king is marching in, indeed.
Right, king e8, and something like this could actually work out really, really well. I mean, it's very rare to see a king on d6, but look at that. Suddenly, it's all she wrote. White has an absolute positional masterpiece, great game for White here. So
But this
maybe this move,
didn't
bishop
happen.
h7.
It looks like somehow Nakamura is consolidated in a better
did
way
he
than
do?
that. So let's take
He
a look at how
had
he
to.
arranged that.
Okay, I'll refresh my board, and let's see what had happened.
He somehow got in much better than what we just looked at. So after
So check, king.
so
Oh, he didn't go.
maybe there was some kind of problem with g6 and king f8.
So you mean no?
Trap.
King? You mean g6 here?
No, I'm trying to figure out how we could
You
possibly
could just play knight d7. No, just to stop the
The
stop
march
the
of
king
the
from
entry.
coming in. Right? Okay.
But the way it's been played, it's beautiful. What those last moves with bishop f7 by Caruana, bishop f7, knight c6, and then king e8, bishop d3, rook c8 was played, and now knight to b4 and knight d7 going after the e pawn, and now king to d4. And look at this position. The queenside pawns are under heavy pressure. How did White just magically conjure up this position with his bishop h7 idea? He has better pieces everywhere, better rook, better knight, better bishop, better king, and certainly a better pawn structure. Well, his pawn sitting on e5, cramping the position, and Nakamura, according to the engine, must now play the move knight to b8. Wait, you don't want to play knight b8, but looks like knight b8 is forced, allowing knight takes on a6. Wow. Now ignoring that, of course, if you take on a6, bishop takes b5 check, and that's all she wrote with that fork, king and bishop, king and knight. But after knight takes a6, the move knight c6 is possible with check, and king c5 looks very enticing, but apparently king e7 is holding it up. The engine's like king back to e3, however, and after knight takes e5, why can't I take yet another pawn? Suddenly trouble for Black. Even here, though, the engine's saying it's okay-ish. Well, no, much worse, but not quite a pawn, which is surprising to me, given that he's up. It looks like he's just up a clear pawn, but it looks like this line is unavoidable. King to d4, every piece on the board by White is superior to every piece for Black, and the bad pawn structure relative to the bishop and the strong pawn. This is a big edge, guys. This is not close. This is a big edge for White. Nakamura is clearly on the defensive, and look at his body language. He is showing it. White just almost miraculously has gotten this great edge in the position, and Nakamura realizes it.
Yeah, it just seems once again that Hikaru, who loves dynamic play, played the move f7, f6, opening up the position when he was not well enough developed. And it's White who took advantage of the open F line, as we saw with this move, bishop h7. Very intriguing move, by the way. And he has found knight b8. Maurice mentioning that the computer considered that the only move in the position. Knight b8 was played, and now Fabi having a chance to snap a pawn.
That's right, snabble a pawn. Meanwhile, the other game, as we've become accustomed to, as they're fighting out in the endgame, is barely past the opening stage. But it's going to be an
with
exciting
everything
one.
on the board, right?
Yes, and attacks gearing up for both sides. So we're going to see a sequel. We're seeing like all the Rocky series here. As a Philadelphia girl, I got to get a reference to that because, I mean, these battles between these two and the Sicilian just are epic.
Yes, they have been really
we just can
wonderful.
hope to see more of them tomorrow. But what's happened here? So
The
we've
bishop
gotten a
just
bishop
dropped.
takes f6 move now, though. So
Yeah,
that's Maurice's favorite trade. Bishop takes knight.
The bishop just dropped back to e8, opening up opportunity for rook takes c3. What happened after
Now,
bishop
bishop
e8?
takes knight. Now, usually I only want to do that if I have a really good reason because I love my dark squared bishops and my Sicilians, and for both sides. So
she played
Yifan
bishop-
decided to take capture, and play g5, and now. Just as we talk about how this game is going to be a slugfest, it simmers down quite considerably because the queens are coming off the board.
Exactly. Bishop takes d4, probably discretion, better part of valor here. And normally in Sicilians where you only have one weakness like the d6 pawn, when the king gets to e7, it's very easy to defend. I think that this position is probably much closer to a draw than an advantage for White.
Yes, that trade of bishop takes knight in that position is not one of those that really highlights the advantage. Usually it's an important trade if you're trying to dominate the opposite color or you get some initiative. Here there is no initiative, or at least any serious initiative. A d6 pawn is going to be very easy to defend. I think she's happy to consolidate her advantage of two games.
After that excitement.
Right? Especially after last game, don't get crazy with this guy. Keep it calm and be up 2 at the end of the day. I think that'll be great for her. So she's playing a riskless position, something that she's probably not going to lose. And there he goes playing king f8 and preparing to bring his king to e7. On the other hand, the other game did go a certain sequence, but it looks like Fabiano played the hyper-aggressive line that the computer did not like. Look at this. In this position after knight takes a6, knight c6 check, the engine's like king back to e3. Instead, he played king to c5, thinking he was going to sneak into this square possibly. But now after king to e7, this king is starting to look a little strange. Still, it looks like he could play maybe king takes b5, even king b6, lots of moves here. Which one works? King takes b5, knight takes e5 will be playable, and suddenly this bishop is eyeballing this king from a different angle, and the engines are saying this one is not that clear. White with a smidgen of an edge, but not that obvious because this king is not so clearly good. It looks like it should be, but I think primarily because this rook is cut off from the other pieces, then black has a preponderance of pieces that can harass the white king on this side. This position not a serious edge. King c5. Again, we talk about discretion being the better part of valor. King to e3 was solid. This one, not so much.
Yeah, this looks a little bit more dicey. I like being pawns up.
And look at the change, by the way, in body language, and Nakamura now realizing that king c5 was an error and giving him a lot of chances. He realizes that was a mistake.
Exactly. And on the other hand, let's see whether Fabi has blown it terribly or he still has winning opportunity. King takes b5. Let's say knight takes. Yeah. And let me do something. Well, passed pawns must be pushed. What happens after d4, Jen?
And he has taken on b5, by the way.
With the king.
That's right.
King takes b5, knight takes e5, we can pretty much expect. And now b4. Okay. So if I'm white, I'm saying, hey, look, I'm going to just, escort my B pawn up the board. My intention is to go king A5, B5, and away we go.
So let's try...
You've got bishop E8 checked. You've got knight takes D3.
Knight takes D3 followed by bishop G6, trying to get active in that way, but I guess you have rook F3 there.
Well, in that case, I'm actually more
ready to
happy to meet bishop G6 with knight C5, and now I've got my knight back in the game, and I still got these connectoids. So I would welcome that if I were white.
But rook C3 is the move to look at. Rook
Exactly.
C3 is the most active on the board.
Right. Rook C3 hits the pawn on A3. It hits the bishop, and I wanted to go up the board with A4.
The bishop E8.
Bishop E8 check. Now I've got to go king if I want to keep my A pawn, which I do want to do. I'll go
knight C6.
Knight C6 check. It's a little, if I can... if I can go through the currents, it's like whitewater rafting. If I don't hit a rock, I'm going to play B5 and I'll be fine.
You know what's funny?
Yeah.
Going back just one move.
Sure.
No, bishop E8 check, king over. If I could somehow... What about rook C2?
Sweet. I like it. I like it.
Because knight C4 is interesting.
That's a brilliant one. I like it, Maurice.
Nice.
We love those checkmates. That's a pretty one.
And we do have some moves in the game,
Okay,
in fact.
sure.
We've got king B6, bishop E8 on board.
Okay, so at this moment, when we left it, king E7 had just been played. King takes B5, knight takes E5, king to B6. That's another way of rafting our way up the board. And we have bishop E8. Why do we like bishop E8? I guess he's setting up for rook C6 check in some variations. What makes that move special, Jen? Bishop E8. I'm not sure I get it myself.
You know, the engine, by the way, now saying that the position's basically equal and maybe slight edge for white. A4 has been placed now on the board, but here's the problem. King to D6, and it was played by Nakamura. Remember we were talking about a moment ago, every single one of white's pieces was better than every single one of black's. You won't say that now. I agree now. And now this rook looks like it's the most anemic piece on the board. And these guys are gang tackling this white king. At least that's the way it feels. You know Nakamura. You're thinking, mate, is there a mate? Is there something weird? And although the engine's saying it's still fine, don't worry about it. White's okay. You've got to feel just a little bit nervous with all these checks possible. Rook C6 check, knight D7 check is in the position. Still he can capture here. He can put a rook on C3. And the move the engine's giving, here goes one you won't be happy with. Yes, rook to A1. Really?
No, I didn't.
That's the first choice? No way in the world. This move, rook A1 is a choice, or rook F2, or rook D1. Those are the only moves it's giving. Don't touch anything on this side. This is perfectly fine for black. White has blown it. White has really blown it. It's not easy to advance anything, and you've got to be on the lookout for crazy threats everywhere. So it looks as though white has completely messed up this game, and black's going to be fine. And Nakamura, no doubt, knows that as well. He's just in the blink of an eye, that king C5 move. All he had to do was just back up to E3, the Caruana, but instead he played this aggressive move, overlooked king E7 and the potential ramifications thereof, and now he's got nothing. And he's nervous. You can see it in the way he just jerked back in his chair to come back to say, what the heck is happening here? What did I do? Not in the, usually you like for him to just be thinking, not moving just every second. You see his body jerking every second there. It means he does not have a clear stream of thought about this position at all. Not a good case for him.
Meanwhile, on the other...
Can I make a blunder for... Yes, I can. I can make a blunder. How about rook F8 in the Fabiano game? You were mentioning that the fact that my rook is anemic, and I'm really dreaming. I'm dreaming that you would fork my king and rook with knight D7 check. I would go king B7, and if you were to trade rooks, I'd be super happy because then my king's not getting checkmated anymore. So what's the tactical refutation for rook F8, Maurice?
There is no tactical refutation for Rook F8, according to the engine, actually. Rook F8 is playable in this position. That move looks like it's met by knight takes D3, and E5 would be the sequence, but that looks like a good choice. Rook F8 would have been a good enough choice right now. White's still not with the edge he wishes he had. Instead, he played Rook to F2, and Black has many choices for equality. Knight to D7 is the engine's first choice right now. So this move, a very solid move by Caruana. He's now under 5 minutes, by the way, under 5 minutes, at least on my clock. Bit of a problem for him as well. That's a challenge there. The other game, we're seeing this endgame that is gotten better for White over the last few moves. Bit of a strange sequence that Black did to get to this position. So this one looking good for White, and the engines really like it, as a matter of fact. Although not enough to say you're winning, but man, this is what you dream of when you play this position with the white pieces. Getting this weak pawn on D6. How the king go this way and go back, it was because of a Rook H3 move that cost him. So she's playing very well right now. She wins this game and goes up, will it be +3 in the match? He's going to have to go 6-3, not 6-3, 6-2 to win the match, and 5.5, 2.5 to tie the match. He's going to have to completely dominate her in blitz in order to come back, and I don't see that happening the way this is going right now. So he cannot afford to lose this game. But you know that last game, guys? That's the kind of game that could just drive the stake in the heart.
Right.
Boom.
It's such a feeling that you've lost a winning or one game, and it can really take the wind out of your sails. It's so hard, but sometimes you just got to forget a bad loss like that last game.
Well, especially such a well-played game. It certainly feels sad to show a clinic in Sicilians and then just throw it away with a blunder.
One move, yeah. All right, so we do have King D6, where suddenly White's king on B6 is looking very awkward and checkmating threats in the position. The reason why I didn't want to play Rook F2 is I didn't want to see this move Bishop C6 and ideas like Knight D7 check appearing, and I was afraid that my king could really end up being in some kind of a checkmating pattern. So that was why I went for Rook F8. But Rook F2 was Magnus's choice, and Magnus's choice. Fabi's choice. Where did that come from? Fabi's choice, Rook F2, and
your wish list. The World Championship future.
There you go.
What are the actual clock times right now?
Knight takes D3 after quite some thought, by the way. It seemed
pretty even at the moment.
That Knight takes D3 came with some reluctance by Hikaru.
But that was odd and a poor choice. The engines are going nuts now, saying D4.
Bishop G6.
D4 in response to this move, Yaz, and White is back on top. He traded off his most beautiful piece, that knight, for this response, Bishop G6. But after E4, the knight, it looks like the white knight will be able to get back to C5.
Very comfortably.
The pawns will push.
Nice.
Why did he play like this? This looks way inferior to his other choices. And the engines are saying, yeah, this is good for White again.
That's quite strange. Maybe he hallucinated and was like looking at other variations instead of D4, like knight B4, rook B8 check, or.
Well, let's go with. I'm sure Hikaru had calculated D4. I'm sure he's calculated E5, takes, knight C5. I'm sure this was all part of Hikaru's calculations. He's putting a lot of stock on his D pawn. Hoping that that's going to give him enough counterplay for these two connected pass pawns over there.
And it looks like Negi in trouble in the other board? He's only has 16 seconds on the clock.
Oh, my.
My goodness. Again in heavy time pressure, just manhandling this. Just mishandling, I should say. Being manhandled. Mishandling this time situation. And look at his pawn structure now.
That is about as ugly a pawn structure as you're likely to see in the Sicilian.
And she's just calmly hunting. We're hunting rabbits. Here goes. And he has to play, it looks like, D5. Because if rook D5, rook B5, he's going to lose material. So he's just throwing down D5, trying to keep her out of d5, but isn't this a pawn?
Unfortunately, it may be far more than just a pawn, but the game as well. Rook takes d5, rook takes d5, what else? Takes king f8, what else?
And by the way, the e5 did happen in the other game by Nakamura. d4 and e5 did happen, but this looks lost.
Yeah, this looks lost. I was thinking I can play f6, takes, king, 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 king. Yeah, this looks like the simplest. Sorry. f6 takes, king, king, d2, king here, and I'm going to run you out of moves with Zugzwang, aren't I? Or am I going to be Zugzwang? Oh!
I think you just put yourself...
I put myself in Zugzwang. Oh, no. I hate that.
So, meanwhile,
Maybe
in the
I
other
have
game,
to play
it looks
C4.
like a race of pawns.
Yeah. Oh, sorry.
Yeah, C4, yeah.
Yeah, takes, king f8, and maybe just simply c4. f6 was an overreach in the position. Takes, king, king, king. And now, aren't I in time with my... Well, maybe not. Darn it. All right, sorry. I'm having a little trouble just...
Let's move over to the other game.
The line is definitely winning, Yaz.
Yeah.
It's
This is
definitely
getting
winning.
him-
But
And
the
he
other
has
game,
played e5.
it looks like the other game was a mistake by Fabiano, has now turned the tables yet again. Unfortunately for him, he played b4 instead of a5. One pawn push difference. We take a look here. b4 should not have been his choice. Knight c5 is a good choice. a5 is a good choice. But trying to push both, that's one of the problems. It happens often that it's hard to push two pawns because one pawn is faster than two. Right? And we see that happen often. And he tried to push both of them at the same time. What he should have done is just get this one down the board as fast as possible and freeze this piece completely. And then he could start thinking about pushing the other one. Instead, he decided he needed this one as well. And the engine's saying that's not the best move because of d4. That's all Nakamura can do in this position. And this one is going to end up on the d3 square very fast. It's all it's about right now. And it's not as easy to defend this position. Knight c5 is met by rook to b8 with check. And what do you do to defend this pawn? If you go back and guard the pawn, well, this check looks interesting for one, but also king d5, bringing this king close, and that's a challenge. He has instead played the move b5. After b4, d4, he played b5. And the engine's now saying easy draw. Well, maybe not so easy, but draw after d3. This one looks very good for black, apparently, although I'm terrified of these pawns myself. Personally, they look pretty strong, but the engines are saying this move is the key move. He probably has planned a knight move, knight b4, knight c5, trying to slow this pawn down, but the engines are saying it's okay for white. It's okay for black, excuse me, despite being a pawn down and these two passed pawns. Wow, what a crazy assessment. Right now, we'd have to get deeper into it, but I have the feeling that whatever the engine says is not going to matter because these players are going to be deviating from engine moves quite soon.
Thank you, Maurice. I'm sure that when Fabiano played the move b4, followed by b5, it was his intention to play knight b4, figuring that with this knight on b4, he was controlling the c2 square. He could, you know, if push comes to shove, he can sacrifice his knight, and then he was thinking, away we go with the a-pawn. But I think that he should have had played a5 earlier, and that now, after knight b4, black has quite a sufficient counterplay. His king's going to be very active. King d4.
Knight b4, king d4 have been played.
Knight b4, king d4 is a very strong move. Just bringing these, you know, sometimes your king's just a very strong piece, especially in the endgame.
We've seen that again and again in these matches, haven't we?
And, you know, with the idea of either king e3 and d2 or king c3 and d2, and you got to be wary. Sometimes there's even a rook b8 check or something that can disturb white from just pushing his pawn up the board.
The problem, though, Yaz, is that now knight c6 is playable and has been played. The engine's preferred bishop to e4, trying to deal with this knight. Now with knight c6 on the board, it's slightly tricky for black, still within, I would say, the draw zone, but now he has to play very accurate moves. I don't see him not playing the next two moves. He played king e3, rook f3 check on the board, and now where to put the king. If you put it on e2, there's going to be knight d4 check, and this pawn looks very fast, by the way, and king e2 is on the board, and the only move to keep any edge right now is knight to d4, according to the engine. Still not quite a pawn for white as yet, and he has played knight to check and king to e1. King d2 is being touted as the best move here, and now rook g3 has been played and is winning according to the engines. Rook g3 is now winning the game because knight f3 will always guard against this pawn on the square, and the bishop is hanging, and where do you put it? On top of it, this bishop is going to get chased. It looks like Nakamura has erred. King d2 was the right move. King to e1 is losing to rook g3. White is completely on top, and the other game was just a simple pawn ending. We can go into that pawn ending. Yas, your move that you talked about with f6 was the killer blow, and she just milked that king and pawn. You can show the finish there before we get to this other one.
It looks like a very simple finish. The a4 pawn was going to decide, and after f6, she used her majority very well. And Hou Yifan takes a commanding lead in this.
With a big commanding lead now in the match against Parimarjan Negi.
But this game, this ending, what a miss by Hikaru. I'm sure when he...
3 is cool, though.
It is a
That's
really
not super
cool
easy to
move.
see.
Yeah, because you're dreaming of d2, but look at this. Knight f3 check takes this pawn on d2. Your bishop on g6 is hanging, and suddenly that meant that you can't play d2. So a big swing going on here.
So an endgame.
Yes.
You don't see that a lot.
No, you don't.
But tricky time, guys. Tricky time. King f2. King f2 is the engine's move, the engine's suggestion. King f2. What do you do after king f2? Because you can't take the bishop on g6 because of d2 just yet. So king f2, he has to find this as his chance, and then the knight has to drop back to b3. Only move to keep an edge. Only move. Knight to b3. Sorry, the knight has to drop back. And now it's under control yet again as rook to c3 doesn't get the job done, because after rook takes, and now suddenly this pawn, these two pawns, this rook can sack for this one at any time. So a rook move like this one will do the job. And then, hello, there go those ponies. Game's going to be over. So one more trick with king f2, but I think Nakamura probably sees that knight b3 is very strong, but there's nothing else, unfortunately, for him to do. Maybe bishop h5 to try to control this. Nope, because of rook takes. So that's it.
Yeah, that's why rook g3 is so
that's
good.
It. Rook g3 is awesome.
If the bishop moves, you take the pawn on d3, and then it's easy game.
Exactly.
Right?
And if you go back to h7, you lose the pawn on g7 with the same tempo, and then rook e7 check as well. So,
and Nakamura sees it. Look at his body language telling us the whole story there. And he's now under a minute and under Fabiano in the time, 56 seconds for white, 44 seconds for black, and he's just sitting up. He doesn't know what to do right now. Every move, as his brain calculates rapidly, every one of them is losing.
He's a little bit in panic mode now. I think Nakamura is not happy about how today went, and, you know, and he's made a move. What has he played?
Oh boy, and he is really moving.
He played bishop to e4 and allowed his bishop to go bishop to e4.
Rook e3
Rook e3 on the board, and king f1.
And now after rook takes e4, d2, the trouble is there's rook f4 check.
There's knight f5. I don't know what moves we have.
Let's see what we've got going on here.
Sorry,
rook
takes king f1, rook takes e4 has been played, right?
And now king f1, and now it's white's move.
Well, rook takes e4, d2 has been played, and now it's white's move.
And now it's white's move, right? Indeed.
And I'm expecting knight f5.
And knight f5 is it.
So I can fork on e3 in case you promote. And if you don't promote, I'm about to play rook d4, and that's all she wrote. And he's found it. Knight f5. Very good.
That's
Very
a potty
nice.
blow. That simplified everything, too, because of that rook d4 idea. It doesn't matter what you find now because those two passed pawns are death.
Yes.
Escorted by the king. That is just pain. Nakamura has no moves.
What about rook d8?
Rook d8's only move. Rook d8's only move. And let's push our pawn.
Right.
Then maybe you can come back down here with the rook. Ooh, sorry, I shouldn't push my pawn. I'm going to have to go knight e3 check.
It's still over here. He's now got the rook behind.
We got something else instead.
Let's get the board position.
Let's get the board position.
Let's get the big board position. He
Rook
knows
c3
it,
happened.
and he has resigned. It's over. The pass pawns combination plus the rook. A win for Fabi. Wow, what a day for him. Nakamura was quite prescient in predicting his own demise almost. +2 on Fabi's part for the day.
Gosh, that
Wow,
just
what a
goes to show
turnaround
you.
in the match.
I mean, confidence is such a powerful thing in chess and everything. And maybe Nakamura shouldn't have said Fabi has a good chance of happening.
You pumped him up. Really? You think so? Well, I'll prove it. I'll prove you're right.
Yeah, one of the great things about Nakamura is he always thinks he's going to win, I think. You know, he's got that massive amount of confidence, which is so important for an elite player.
In every field. Yeah, in athletics, you really need to have that mentality of, this is my sport.
Exactly.
This is what I do. This is how I win. But today, Fabiano really impressed,
He was
scoring 3 out of 4.
I was really impressed by his technique. I mean, obviously he didn't play perfectly all the time, but I think considering the circumstances, considering he was playing against the trickiest player in the world.
Right, and pretty fast time control at that.
A trickiest player in the world at a fast time control. I thought his technique was outstanding.
Yeah, he
and
played a
throughout
lot
this
of
match,
good moves. He played a lot of good moves. And it really was a narrow window there. I think that once they got to this ending, by the way, I think that Hikaru was right, that his gut instincts were right, that the combination of rook, bishop, and pass pawn was enough for drawing counterplay. But it's really remarkable how narrow that window was, and it was right here. This one bad move, king e1, that allowed this rook g3.
That's great. That's great.
And to be able to see that
minute,
opportunity, too, it's really tricky.
In a 1 or 2 minute game with a 10-second increment. I think Fabiano, what's important for people at home to realize is Fabiano makes it look easy, but it is not easy to make a bunch of non-blunders / really awesome moves for 30 moves in a row against somebody like Nakamura.
Exactly.
I mean, he's not used to people making so few mistakes.
Exactly.
And that's one of the reasons why you see him playing G3 and B3. He's thinking like, hey, my opponent's going to make a mistake at some point.
Right.
And
Well, I'll
Fabi's
just play
like,
a non-theoretical line, and I'll wait for my opponent to blunder.
Yeah, and that's not happening. And so Fabi, actually, this makes the match a lot more exciting because we know Nakamura is an amazing blitz player.
Right.
But with
no
Fabi
guarantees, of course.
taking the lead now via this 3-1 score in rapid chess, he takes the match lead as well. And that's going to make it very exciting tomorrow.
Well, it basically means Hikaru cannot win the match by just simply going with a 4.5 out of 8. 4.5 out of 8 +1 score. He's going to have to score 5 if he wants to win this match.
That's right.
He'll have to go +2. And for Fabi, it's basically got draw odds.
That's right. And now Negi versus Yifan. Negi's got a tough task. He's -3, but luckily for him, there are 8 games tomorrow. So still within reach, but Yifan playing very impressively indeed.
Exactly. But she's playing good, and she got fortunate as well in that big turnaround.
That's right. So we do have Parimarjan Negi. Now, I know we might be disappointed with the results today, but we do think that he played the most awesome game of the match.
It's true.
There's always a silver lining. He's with Maurice Ashley.
Indeed, with one of India's finest, Parimarjan Negi, student at Stanford, playing chess. The first game, not so good. The second game, absolutely beautiful game. The one we consider the game of the event so far. But then that third game, that was just incredible. What were your thoughts playing that game and then the way it finished?
I mean, at some point, I think she should have repeated, and then she didn't. And I thought I had just such a nice position. And I began to have those like doubts because my position looked so good, and I was like, I want to find a forced way to win, but then the time is ticking. And yeah, I really should have just played moves because her position was much harder to play, and yeah.
Yeah, we talk about that in Blitz all the time. Sometimes you have to find the 75% move, not the 100% perfect move, because that looking for that move could cost you on the clock. And at one point, it seemed like you frittered away about 4 minutes, maybe, looking for a good move.
Oh, was it 4 minutes?
For a great move, yeah.
I didn't even realize. I mean, I was ahead on time, and my position looked winning, so I thought I should just finish it off, and I think that was a bad strategy. I should have just played moves, kept ahead on time, and built up the pressure. Instead, then, it was suddenly complicated. I don't know till what point I was winning, but then there was this big shift, and yeah, then it was made.
Yeah, and it also looked like you always had perpetual if you wanted it, but you still were chasing that win, of course, and you were still much better.
I was yeah, I don't know if I was winning or not.
You were still winning, yes.
Okay,
you could have played Queen H4 and take on H4 and go into the endgame instead of playing the move you played, which allowed Queen F4. There was just a moment where you should have kept that.
Yeah, I don't know why I didn't go to
Also,
that
Yasser said you should have pushed the A-pawn a long time ago. What's the deal with letting checkmate still be in a position?
Yeah, I really need to work on my basics, back rank, yesterday it was center. Yeah, I need those lessons again.
Wow, clearly the last game as well looked fairly even. You would have thought you could have drawn this position pretty readily when she traded off bishops and went into this endgame, but maybe...
Yeah, I think the first and fourth game both looked like drawish or drawn end games to me, but then I was a little less on time and she was playing these accurate moves. And I think again my time management was definitely bad, but she found all these little ideas to keep the tension, and I just couldn't deal with the passiveness of the positions.
You're not talking about time management. Tomorrow is Blitz, and it's all about time management. You're down this many points, 3 points in the match. What are you going to have to do to turn this ship around?
The good thing is I can play as if I have nothing to lose, and that's I think a nice thing in Blitz, because the moment you start stressing about the results, with the time ticking, it can be bad. But I need better time management. I definitely need that.
Well, you can take consolation in Game 2. Certainly the sterling game of the tournament, of the event so far. We certainly enjoy watching your enterprising play. Everything is Sicilian. We love it. We hope to see 8 more Sicilians tomorrow. Thanks so much, Grandmaster Negi, for entertaining us and joining us after such tough losses.
Thanks.
Always a gentleman, always with a smile. Parimarjan Negi, you got to root for the guy. Hopefully he manages time better tomorrow.
Thank you, Maurice. Thank you, Negi.
He has some really fabulous games there. I was mentioning about how much intensity and passion is filled in those Sicilian games. It almost feels like it's overflowing 15 minutes, but can you imagine having those types of games in 3 minutes?
No.
Wow.
No, I mean, that's too stressful.
That'll be a lot of fun for spectators and commentators, but for the players themselves, wow, they'll have fun.
Oh, without question.
And that's where you have to assume they're not going to play perfectly. I mean, even 2,700 players like these guys, I mean, they're both very close to 2,700. They're going to make mistakes. That's the nature of 3-minute chess.
Yeah, and I think that's very hard for a lot of grandmasters. I think a lot of grandmasters really are looking for truth in their games, and they are trying to find the perfect move. And when you do play these fast time controls, you don't want to compromise. You want to play the best moves, and sometimes it means that you're really overthinking. You should be playing.
But the truth is that both players are in the same situation in the Sicilian. It's tough for both sides.
True.
And we've got Grandmaster Hou Yifan. She's with Maurice Ashley about another thrilling day for her fans.
Well, no one can say that she keeps her fans bored. That's for sure. Grandmaster Hou Yifan here with me. Wow, what a day. First you win the first game, then you lose the second game in crazy, spectacular style, and then that third game. What were you thinking when you decided not to repeat moves in a position that just looked like time to take a draw and get out of there?
Yeah, of course. Third game, I'm also losing again, And because, my second game was just okay, I got crashed all from the opening. Then I felt a bit upset, so I said, probably it's a time to not fight back, but try to do something, But then the game, of course, appeared in repetition. And I should go for Queen H5, Queen G4 without any doubts. But then I just suddenly decided, why not try something else? But then I just go crazy all the game.
It's incredible you played this move knight h4. The other thing is you had very little time on the clock. It's not as though you had a big edge on the clock and said, well, let me see if he falls into time pressure. You were already in deep time pressure when you decided to play this move knight h4.
Yeah, maybe next time I should be more, not like more irrational. I should keep calm and try to do something normal, not like this.
Incredible. And
Yeah.
so what were you thinking then when you finally had this lost position you're looking at and thinking, oh my goodness, how am I going to survive this? Were you desperate or just making moves?
Yeah, it's around short of time, but both of the players, so I have no time really to think how the position was. I just trying to make the moves and continue the game, not like resign immediately. Okay, it should be resign immediately at some points for sure, but okay, I'm just trying to keep the game continuing. And after Queen F4, I still think it's not good, but anyway, I realized that he cannot play Rook H1, so yeah, it's more or less the only chance.
Nice little cheapos. We like tricks. Tricks are good. Tricks are not just for kids. So now you win that game, and then the last game, it looked like his heart wasn't in it because you just got a nice position, and he slowly made some mistakes, and you got the pressure, and you're able to win that game.
Yeah, I think the last one came to a normal way, like the first game at least, and not like second and third game. Probably Sicilian can bring. Oh, actually, 4 games are all Sicilian.
Yes, it was. All games,
Okay.
all open Sicilians are that, just not with knight d4.
Well, yeah, but I think that the second and third are real Sicilian because it's very complicated.
Yeah, complete thrill. So now you're up 3 points in the match going into 8 blitz games. What are your thoughts going into the last day?
Wow. Blitz. It's even unexpected compared to the rapid, so I just hope that at least I can enjoy the format and all the spectators will enjoy that. That's enough.
Are you planning to do 8 Sicilians tomorrow as well?
Probably. Who knows? I just
like
found
that talk.
interesting that we played all 4 Sicilian today, and yeah, it seems like both of us are very aggressive players.
Clearly, stubborn too, walking right into Sicilians.
Yeah.
Well, we really appreciate your style and your fighting spirit. Thank you so much for gracing us here at this event, and good luck tomorrow.
Oh, thank you.
Grandmaster Hou Yifan, wow, we're like this, so nervous watching these games. Can't imagine actually playing them. Tremendous fights here at this match between these two players.
Thank you, Maurice, and thank you, Hou Yifan. Wow. Jennifer, when you were coming up and getting your Grandmaster title, you enjoyed playing Blitz, right? You played a lot of Blitz.
Oh, I love Blitz.
Yeah,
It's
I
fun.
remember.
It's always fun to play
Didn't
Blitz.
we have some Blitz session or two? We played a little Blitz with each other. You're pretty good. I'm just wondering, in the women's game today, do the women practice Blitz?
Oh yeah, I think
They do.
so. Maybe not as much as guys though. They probably should more, don't you think?
Well, especially when you think about the World Cup tournaments and the
Yeah.
fact that they are using faster games as tie breaks. You start with the rapids, I understand, and then you move to rapid, and then to blitz.
I don't think it has anything to do with gender blitz. I think everybody loves blitz.
Okay.
And at some point in every player's career, blitz is like a catalyst for them getting even stronger.
I agree.
Yeah, if anything, maybe guys just more acceptable to like stay up really late and like out till 4 just playing blitz and bug house.
Yeah.
You know?
Okay.
So a little bit of sometimes a bit of a boys' club. We need to start some girls' blitz clubs.
Okay. You
But
can
for
do
now,
it.
we got a special guest who won the rapid today. Grandmaster
Exactly.
Fabiano Caruana, defeating one of the best blitz and rapid players in the world, 3-1 today.
Yes, we are with Grandmaster Fabiano Caruana, who we were talking about lead changes, and this match has shown it all. Yesterday, we saw him take the lead only to blow it in the next 2 games, and now today he's taking it back yet again. Fabi, today's games, you looked very confident in your play, maybe your strongest day to date of the 3 days.
I think I was losing 2 games pretty comfortably. So I wouldn't say I was totally confident. I mean, both black games I was outplayed out of the opening, and I managed to hold on, but it was pretty shaky. And in the second game, I really can't explain why he played f6, but
Did he talk about it at all? This f6 move looked just
I mean,
we thought it may have been some kind of weird preparation. Did you think that at the board as well?
For a few seconds, but then I decided to see what kind of preparation it really is. I mean, I knew that Queen D5 is the move. I knew this is all theory, and the F6 is just not a move that's played. So, if I don't see a refutation of Queen H5, I'm just going to go for it.
It was really inexplicable to see a player of that caliber play this move. Do you think maybe he had some other preparation, something else, and he just mixed up this move?
I'm not sure. Maybe he got confused with another position, thought that F6 is a move here. Or maybe he just didn't see Queen H5, as strange as that sounds. I really don't know. He played it very quickly, but...
And then the game you had with White, this last game, it looked like you played very well to a point, and then all of a sudden your king got in a bit of a mess in the position. What were your thoughts when you realized that your advantage seemed to have dissipated quickly?
It looked very unclear after he played King D6, but I think Rook F2 was a good move, and my king looks shaky, but it's somehow the knight on A6 protects everything, and the king actually helps me advance my pawns.
So a big day for you, 2 wins, 2 draws. Now you're +1. He himself said that the rapid was going to be his toughest challenge. In his mind, you two are numbers 2 and 3 in the world. But blitz, it's a big difference. At least on the ratings, he outrates you by over 200 points, and he's the #1 rated blitz player in the world. What do you have to do tomorrow to fight off this monster?
I'm really not too concerned. I think it'll be a very close final day. It could go either way. But I have an advantage going into it, a 1-point lead, and maybe I didn't make the most of my chances on the first 2 days, and he didn't make the most of his chances on today. But I think that it's been a very close match so far, and it will continue to be so in the last day.
It's got to feel good being +1 though going into the last round.
Yeah, I'm very satisfied, especially since I was -1 before today.
Well, good luck in tomorrow's game and fighting off that blitz monster. You said it's no big deal. We'll just go into it.
No, it's not no big deal, but I'm confident in my own skills.
There you go, as you should be. Grandmaster Fabiano Caruana playing some great chess today, great fighting chess, and we'll see what happens as he takes a 1-point lead going into the last day.
Thank you, Maurice.
Well, we said it's all about confidence, right?
Right.
Nakamura said 80% psychology, so Caruana,
There you go.
confident about going in tomorrow, and we're excited because
We will have a great showdown.
Yes.
Now, I think the way we're going to do it tomorrow is we're going to stagger the games so that only one game is going on at a certain time, so that we'll keep a constant flow of games. There'll be 8 games, 8 points for grabs tomorrow's games.
That's right. So let's take a look at what we have tomorrow. It's the final day of the Showdown in St. Louis. It's 8 rounds of blitz chess. That's 16 rounds in total. And that's going to be game 3 with a 2-second increment. So it's going to be wild. It's going to be fun. And we hope that you're going to be joining us for it. It's going to be at 12:50 Central Standard Time. And it's 1:50 over in the East Coast. And it's going to be the most exciting matches that we have so far. So lock it in. And Grandmaster Maurice Ashley with some closing thoughts on today's action.
Well, today was topsy-turvy chess. Of course, that's what happens when you play rapid chess. It's funny to hear that Caruana say that he didn't play so well today. What are you talking about? You can't play precise moves. There's no such thing as a losing position in rapid. It's always about psychology and time management. And he had plenty of both in terms of confidence, making sure he didn't get too far behind on the clock. And he was able to overwhelm Hikaru Nakamura. Don't get it wrong. Hikaru is a beast, an incredible player. But today he did not show his finest chess, playing a move that he would not play again probably for another 10 years. Make a mistake on that kind of level. But it was very exciting. Both matches. Tomorrow is going to be a thrill. I mean, absolutely. We've got to be patting ourselves and pinching myself for sure that I get this job, a front row seat at some of the most exciting chess in the world. I'm looking forward to it. I hope I see you guys here tomorrow.
Thank you, Maurice. Absolutely.
Well, I'll
Ditto
be
for
there.
me. I love the front row seat.
That's right. I can't wait. And thanks again to everybody here at the staff of the St. Louis Chess Club, World Chess Hall of Fame, Spectrum Studios, and Fat Chimp puts this all together. I'm Jennifer Shahade. I'm signing off for Grandmasters Yasser, Seirawan, and Maurice Ashley. And we will see you tomorrow for the conclusion of the Showdown in St. Louis.